Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, Bracknell Forest Council brought together a climate change summit to bring in local businesses, schools and community organisations in my constituency to engage in discussions about how best to face the challenges of climate change. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that communities are crying out to take part, to be engaged in the clean energy transition?
Again, I congratulate my honourable friend. I think he raises a very, very important point which we haven't touched on, which is the role of citizens in this change. My sense is, of course, there are specific planning issues that people will raise about their own communities, but I think the view of a lot of citizens in our country is, what can I do? What difference can I make? And I think that government needs to do a better job of answering this, not nanny statism, I reassure them, but public information about the difference that people can make to this incredibly important cause.
Last but not least, Lawrence Turner.
Speaker, and as a recent official of the GMB trade union, which has been mentioned in this debate, may I welcome the Secretary of State and his team and his officials to their place and say how welcome it is to have a change of government from the record of the last 14 years and the ducking and the delaying of the difficult decisions on issues from nuclear to gas storage and the exclusion of workers' voices from the decisions that affect the energy system for too long. In opposition, he established an energy transition working group to bring together trade unions and workers' voices at the heart of the energy plans. Can he confirm today that continuing that group in government will be an early priority for this new administration?
Can I welcome the honourable gentleman to this House, and can I sort of thank him from me for the work we did together in opposition on all of these issues. And I think he, and since this is the final question, Madam Deputy Speaker, he ends on a really, really important point, which is this government has a completely different attitude about the role that trade unions can play in the future of our energy system. And we're proud of it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because if we are to make the energy transition, including the transition in the North Sea, if we are to build a proper industrial policy for the future, we should do what every other self-respecting nation does and have trade unions at the heart of our policy making and decision making, and that is what this government will do.
Congratulations, everybody, on getting through that. I'm delighted that everybody has got up to make their question and for the Secretary of State for his responses. Point of order, Gagan Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I firstly welcome you to your place? I've had the benefit of 2 ministerial visits by new government members, both of which I respect. Without the courtesy of letting me know. I have independently spoken to both of them, the Right Honourable Member for Rawmarsh and Conisbrough and the Honourable Member for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport. They have both assured me it's an error in process that will be corrected, but I just wanted to make sure that the whole of the Treasury bench and the new government followed the normal protocols and ensure that all members of the House were duly informed of visits. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to respond to the point of order that has been made. The Defence Secretary and I have spoken to the Honourable Gentleman and have apologised for the administrative oversight. I can assure him and other members it won't happen again.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier in the prison capacity oral statement, the issue of the Friday release of prisoners was raised, and I recognise it was raised by members sincerely and with good intentions. However, private members' bills are an incredibly important part of the work of this House, and we all recognise and value them. And during the course of the last Parliament, the former member for Barrow and Furness steered through this Parliament with cross-party support a private members' bill to stop the routine release of prisoners on a Friday. I just would seek your advice on how we can ensure the record accurately reflects that incredibly important private members' bill work that contributed to that issue and wasn't mentioned in the debate earlier.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order and his notice of it. While it's not a matter for the Chair, he has now clearly made his point and it is on the record. Carla Denyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State, who I think may have now left the room, misrepresented my honourable friend, the member for Waveney Valley's position. My colleague, Adrian Ramsey, has called for all options of the necessary energy infrastructure to be properly explored. He has not objected for it. Will the Secretary of State please correct this?
Similarly to my last response, while I thank the member for her point of order, it is not a matter for the Chair, but it is clearly recorded and is a matter of record. Presentation of Bill, the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Budget Responsibility Bill.
Second reading, what day?
Tomorrow.
Presentation of Bill, Secretary Angela Rayner.
Holocaust Memorial Bill.
In accordance with the order of the 22nd of May 2024, this bill is deemed to have passed through all its stages in this House. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Louise Haigh.
Passenger Railway Services Public Ownership Bill.
Second reading, what day?
Tomorrow.
The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
King's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
Now.
The question is that a humble address to it be presented to His Majesty, as on the order paper. Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy.
The question is that... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
We're all getting used to it. Go ahead.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you're confusing me. But can I say how great it is to see you in the chair today for this debate, albeit temporarily in your current role. And can I say through you, if I may, that I know the Foreign Secretary wanted to be here for this debate, but he and the Prime Minister are hosting the leaders of over 40 European countries at the European Political Community meeting today at Blenheim. It's an important day for our country, and he will look forward to following this debate as soon as he returns. Can I start by congratulating all 315 of the re-elected and returning members to this House, and welcoming in particular all those new members who were elected for the first time. And can I say to them, savour that special feeling when you first walk into this chamber and you first sit on these green benches. Remember it, respect it. Our constituents have given each of us their confidence. They've given us the mandate to serve them and to serve the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 weeks ago I stood at my local constituency election account in a sports hall in Rotherham. And I have to say it's the honour of my life today to stand at this dispatch box as the government's Defence Secretary. Yeah. Part of this new government at the start of this new era for Britain. In fact, the last time I spoke at this dispatch box was a week before the election in 2010. I was the Housing Minister and I was dealing with planning reform. And even then I warned there are fundamental flaws in the Conservatives' proposed planning regime. Though my main argument on that day focused on accountability, and I said accountability is a central tenet to public life, to serious decisions and to good government. And having re-entered government now, I feel this just as fiercely as I did 14 years ago. What we do, what we say, how we conduct ourselves matters. We must always be accountable in this House, to the public and to Parliament. And by doing that, we will help regain trust in government, and will help return politics to public service. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I pay tribute to my predecessors, Grant Shapps and Ben Wallace, who I shadowed for over 4 years from that side of the House. The House will miss them both now in their differing ways. They served as Defence Secretary during what the Chief of the Defence Staff has described as the most extraordinary time for defence in his career. That responsibility now passes to me, and I am really grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have the support of such a standout ministerial team, with the honourable members for Liverpool Garston, for Plymouth Devonport and Sutton, Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, I apologise, and of course Birmingham, Selly Oak in this House, and the Lord Coker in the other place. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first duty of any government is to defend the country and keep our citizens safe. And that's why I pay tribute on behalf of the whole House to the men and women who serve in Britain's armed forces, many of whom right now are overseas on deployment. They are rightly respected worldwide for their bravery and their professionalism. We thank them for what they do to keep us all safe, as we thank those who serve out of uniform in UK defence. They will have this new government's fullest support to do their job in defending this country. And that's why last week in Washington at the NATO summit, the Prime Minister confirmed this government's unshakable commitment to NATO and our total commitment to spending 2.5% of GDP on defence. That's why this week the Prime Minister launched a first-of-its-kind strategic defence review. And that's why in this King's speech we've announced legislation to create a new Armed Forces Commissioner to improve service life. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will indeed.
Honourable gentleman, and I wish him all the best in his role. He was committed parliamentarian in his shadow role, and I know he brings a great depth and seriousness to the role. The honourable gentleman has just described the strategic review that's going to take place, and he also outlined the ambition to get to 2.5%. If that strategic review recommends more than 2.5% GDP, will the government still enact it in full?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have launched the Strategic Defence Review. It was a manifesto commitment we made. The review will be conducted within the framework set out in our manifesto, both that determination to complete the defence review within the first year and to raise defence spending as soon as we can to 2.5% of GDP. A level, of course, that this country has not spent since actually I last stood at this dispatch box back in 2010 with a Labour government. Now, I welcome also the new Shadow Defence Secretary to his role, as I do the Liberal Democrat spokesperson on defence, who I believe can't be here for this debate but is ably substituted for the Honourable Member, and we look forward to what he's got to say next. And I welcome also the SNP's spokesperson on defence, the Honourable Member for Angus and the Perthshire Glens. As Defence Secretary, I want to take the politics out of national security. So I say, I will always look to work with you, putting country first, party second. I've offered the Shadow Defence Secretary access to intelligence briefings, and I will do so to other relevant members in this House. The new Strategic Defence Review will brief and will welcome submissions from other parties across this House, and I want us to forge a British defence strategy, a strategy for this country for the future, not just a defence strategy for this new Labour government. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, no party has the monopoly on defence or on pride in our military. We in the Labour Party have deep roots in defending this country. Throughout the last century, it was working men and women who served and sometimes died on the front line fighting for Britain. And it was Labour that established NATO and our independent nuclear deterrent. And as His Majesty the King said yesterday, our commitment to both is unshakable. We're a party with a deep pride in forging international law and security, the Geneva Conventions, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty were all signed by Labour Prime Ministers. And we are a party with deep respect for the serving men and women of our armed forces. Theirs is the ultimate public service. They defend the country. They're essential to our resilience at home. And I know they will inspire me in the weeks and months and years ahead in this job. As the former Prime Minister said yesterday in the King's Speech address, he said, "Every month in my previous job, I became more concerned about the threats to our country's security. And we know these are serious times. War in Europe, conflict in the Middle East, growing Russian aggression, and increasing global threats. And we know too there are serious problems. It was Ben Wallace who said to me in this chamber last year, our armed forces have been hollowed out and underfunded over the last 14 years. Morale at record lows, dreadful military housing, and a defence procurement that the Public Accounts Committee has described as broken and wasting taxpayers' money. Less than 2 weeks into the government, we now also see that these problems are much worse than we thought. Just today, new official figures that we've been able to release, as scheduled, show that Forces family satisfaction has fallen to the lowest ever reported level. We can't solve these problems all at once, but we are determined to fix them.
Will my right honourable friend give way?
I will indeed.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and indeed he's right to say that NATO is the cornerstone of our defence policy, and we must, I feel, also strengthen our role in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. But would my right honourable friend elaborate on how we'll be extending our support on solidarity to Ukraine as they face Russian aggression?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend has served with distinction in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. That is a body which draws well-informed, committed members from all parties in this House together. It's an important civilian bulwark to the NATO military alliance, and I thank him for that service. And he intervenes on me just as I was about to move to Ukraine. So he'll bear with me 2 or 3 minutes, and if I haven't answered his questions, then I'd welcome an intervention again. As Madam Deputy Speaker, on Ukraine, I've been proud of UK leadership. Proud the UK in this House is united on Ukraine, because defence of the UK starts in Ukraine. Ukraine is my first priority, and on my second day in this job, I was in Odessa. I spent the afternoon with President Zelensky and his team. We held our bilateral talks, we celebrated Ukraine's Navy Day, and we also toured a military hospital, talking with injured Ukrainian servicemen. The Ukrainians are fighting with huge courage, military and civilians alike. They've regained vast territory, first taken by Putin. And for a country without a navy, they have driven Russia's Black Sea fleet out of the west of the Black Sea, opened up grain corridors, and are now able to export almost as much as they did before Putin's full-scale invasion in February 22. But Russia is far from a spent force, and if Putin wins, he will not stop at Ukraine. In opposition, we gave the government our fullest support for all military aid this country gave to Ukraine, and I trust this opposition will do the same. The UK is united for Ukraine. I want to work together to ensure we remain united for Ukraine. And the government is now stepping up support. And so with President Zelensky, I was able to say We will speed up the delivery of the military aid already pledged. We'll step up support with a new package of more ammunition, more anti-armour missiles, more demining vehicles, and also more artillery guns. And then in Washington, at the NATO summit last week, the Prime Minister went further, confirming $3 billion a year to help Ukraine for as long as it takes. Madam Deputy Speaker, this King's speech shows the government getting on with the job, just as we have in the first fortnight, with urgency and purpose. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary and I have all spoken with our counterparts from across the world. At the NATO 75 summit, we met leaders of all 32 NATO nations. It was a NATO summit, bigger, stronger, more united than ever. And at that summit, the Prime Minister and Chancellor Scholz of Germany announced a new, and I quote, firm commitment to strike a deep UK-Germany defence agreement without delay. A first step to resetting Britain's relationships with European allies. And then last weekend I hosted the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister of Australia at Sheffield Forgemasters, then at Wentworth Woodhouse in Rotherham, where I reaffirmed our commitment to AUKUS and to our Indo-Pacific partners. And I've had also the privilege of meeting outstanding personnel in these first less than 2 weeks. Personnel at the PGHQ, at RAF Northolt, and also NATO Maritime Command, alongside top-class civilian officials in the MOD and other government departments. This week, the Foreign Secretary went to the Middle East, pursuing our push for peace and an immediate ceasefire. And the Prime Minister launched this week the Strategic Defence Review, headed by Lord Robertson, General Barrons and Dr. Fiona Hill. This review will be carried out at pace. It will ensure a NATO-first defence strategy, and it will put people at the heart of Britain's defence plans. I want to thank the reviewers for the work that they will be doing in the weeks and the months ahead. And then, of course, to end where I started, today Britain is hosting the European Political Community, a 47-strong grouping of European leaders at Blenheim Palace discussing Russian aggression, European security, and also counter-migration action.
On that point.
I obviously didn't answer the Honourable Gentleman's questions on Ukraine earlier on. I could wait again.
I do thank my right honourable friend for allowing me to intervene once again, and he's being very generous with his time. Would he agree with me, he slightly touched upon it, but would he agree with me that the level of death and destruction and the loss of innocent lives in Gaza is intolerable, and we must work to have an immediate ceasefire, an immediate release of hostages, and urgent humanitarian aid into Gaza? So could the Secretary of State outline what His Majesty's government is doing to bring that into effect?
Well, my honourable friend is right. This is not just intolerable, it is agonising. The scale of the conflict, and in particular the deaths that we see in Gaza, it was deeply shocking when we think back to that October terrorist attack launched on Israel as well. I'm proud that it was this party that led the debate in Parliament in February, where this House agreed to push for an immediate ceasefire. I'm proud of the way that we have led arguments for that, but also worked in private, in opposition, which we're picking up in government now. My honourable friend may not have heard me say the Foreign Secretary has already been to the Middle East to pursue what the Prime Minister declared at the end of October, when he was Leader of the Opposition in a speech at Chatham House: if we get into government, we will help lead a new push for peace. In the first fortnight, that is exactly what we are doing. I will, of course,
giving way, and I congratulate him on the appointment he's received as Secretary of State. I know it's a position he's sought, and I wish him well. The question of the conflict going on and the bombing in Gaza has resulted in 40,000 deaths already. Is the government serious in pushing Israel to take part in an immediate ceasefire? Is it also prepared to suspend or stop all arms sales to Israel in order to save further life? but also he made a point in his speech about the need to adhere to international law. There are international court judgments at the ICJ and the ICC. Is the government going to support those judgments and ensure that they are carried out, whatever the political consequences, because they do require action taken internationally to bring a halt to this appalling conflict? 40,000 already dead, the occupation continues. Surely there must be a way forward that stops the loss of life.
Yeah.
So the honourable member, the right honourable member, is no longer a member of the Labour Party, but he watches what we do, what we say very closely, and I know that. So he will know that from the outset we have argued that international humanitarian law must apply in this conflict, must apply equally to both sides. The answer to his first question is yes, this government is serious about pursuing an immediate ceasefire. It's why the Foreign Secretary has already been out to Israel to press that case. And on the question of arms sales to Israel, on the first day in post, the Foreign Secretary commissioned the most up-to-date assessment of the British government through the established system that we work on the degree to which any of our UK arms export licences may be facilitating a serious risk of a breach of international law. He has said clearly he wants this to be a process that is as swift and as transparent as possible, and he is looking hard at exactly that. I hope that underlines the simple answer to his first question, that yes, this government is serious about a ceasefire, yes, this government is serious about the application without fear or favour of international humanitarian law. I will.
Can I commend the Minister, first of all, for the role that he played in opposition and the role he now plays in government. I think each of us this morning, in hearing the words that the Secretary of State has put forward, will be inspired and feel more confident about the role forward. When it comes to the Middle East, Secretary of State, of course, we're all aware of the influence of the IRGC in Iran. We're aware of the axis of evil of Iran, of North Korea, Russia and China. We're also aware of the IRGC. They supply ammunition and finance and personnel for the Houthis in Yemen, for the Hamas in Gaza, for the Hezbollah in Lebanon, and terrorist groups right across Syria. When it comes to addressing that group, the IRGC, and what they do across the world, can the Minister, the Secretary of State today, give us an assurance in this House that the IRGC are a priority for this government to prescribe them and put them out of action?
I can tell the honourable gentleman we are looking really hard, as he and this House would expect, at the growing threats that Iran poses, not just as a state, but through its proxies and through its growing alliances with other hostile nations. And in many ways, he helps me supply an answer to a question that sometimes I've been asked over the last 2 days, which is, why another strategic defence review now? And the simple answer is exactly that. The threats are increasing and changing. The nature of warfare is changing. And the growing importance of our alliances is becoming clearer. And it's for that reason, a year after the last government's defence review, that this is imperative, and we will pursue this properly. We'll do it at pace, because that's what we need to do to respond to both the growing and changing threats we face and the decisions we must take on the capabilities we need to defend the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll wind up now, if I may, so other members from all sides can speak as well. We were elected, Madam Deputy Speaker, on a manifesto promising change. In less than 2 weeks, I hope the House, I hope the public see the work of that change has begun. To strengthen the foundations of this new mission-driven government, to make Britain better defended, to make Britain's democracy to make Britain democracy's most reliable ally. The Prime Minister said in his speech in this House yesterday, this government has been elected to deliver nothing less than national renewal. And we start that work of rebuilding the country, a determined rebuilding, a patient rebuilding, a calm rebuilding. That is the task that he has set me to lead with my team in defence. But there is so much more to do. I want defence to be central not just to the future security of Britain, but central to the country's success in this new era. Bringing greater economic growth and wealth across the UK, reconnecting Britain in the world, and forging a new partnership for Britain between government, business and workers with their trade unions. Together, we will make Britain more secure at home and strong abroad.
Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Welcome to the Chair, and may I warmly congratulate the Defence Secretary on his new role, and strongly endorse the comments he made about Britain's armed forces. My own regiment has recently been in the front line in Estonia, and I want to very strongly endorse the words that he used. Can I also endorse the advice he gave to new members as they sit on these green benches? I first sat on these green benches on that side 37 years ago, and I strongly agree with what he said, and I feel that sense of honour and privilege every day in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had hoped to start by welcoming the Foreign Secretary to his place. I wanted to wish him well in discharging the immense responsibilities of the office he now holds. And I have to say, I was dismayed to hear the Foreign Secretary answer questions on the Today programme this morning, which should more properly have been answered in this House, a view I believe that the Speaker holds. Nevertheless, I have no doubt that the Foreign Secretary will be very well served by the outstanding civil servants at the Foreign Office. I want to express my gratitude to our ambassadors and high commissioners around the world. On overseas visits throughout my tenure, I was superbly served and looked after, and I want also to thank the outstanding young officials who worked in my private office. I should also like to pay a special tribute to my noble friend Lord Cameron of Chipping Norton. He demonstrated clear strategic thinking about how British foreign policy needed to adapt to the world as it is today, and injected real energy into British diplomacy. I hope the whole House will acknowledge that to persuade a former Prime Minister to serve as Foreign Secretary was a real benefit to our country. And it was also a pleasure to serve alongside the former members for Berwick-upon-Tweed and Macclesfield, who I'm very sorry are no longer sitting alongside me on the front bench. They were both superb ministers who worked diligently at the Foreign Office. Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot recall a more perilous period in international affairs. I entered the House of Commons just 2 years before the momentous fall of the Berlin Wall, which precipitated the demise of the Soviet Union and the consequent end of the Cold War. It is difficult to overstate, having lived with the terrifying spectre of nuclear confrontation, the collective relief we all felt. And yet, the world is once again in the grip of a galloping escalation of tensions and dangers, where the international institutions created on the heels of the Second World War to defend our values and protect mankind are being undermined, where the narrow nationalism that so disfigured our continent is once again rearing its destructive head, and where despots and dictators increasingly ride roughshod over democratic freedoms and the rules-based order. And Putin's brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine has brought war once again to the European continent. The Israel-Gaza conflict is devastating and risks regional conflagration. Poverty and debt stalk the global south. Yet COVID taught us that no one is safe until we are all safe, while climate change is the greatest existential threat of our time. Never have we faced dangers so grave, where our fates are so closely entwined. So at the very time when we need an international rules-based order to tackle these common threats, climate change, migration, terror, and pandemics, we are more fragmented than ever. Divisions are hardening and debate is coarsening. Of course I give way.
my right honourable neighbour, and I'm delighted to see him in his place on that side of the chamber. But can I take it from his remarks that he is subscribing to the view that not only do we need a rules-based order, but a rights-based order? And here in our country, and indeed in Europe, the framework for those rights is the European Convention on Human Rights. Are we to take it from his remark today that it is the policy of His Majesty's loyal opposition that we should remain a member of the ECHR?
Well, that is certainly the policy of the opposition, and I hope it's common across the House that we should remain part of the European Convention. So I was talking about divisions hardening and the debate coarsening. Public discourse is increasingly vitriolic, be it in pursuit of single-issue causes or broader agendas, be it from the left or the right, driven by motives that may be religious or not, that may be well-intentioned or not. And the challenge this presents to British foreign policy is immense. Britain has punched above its weight precisely because of our leadership role in the international system. And our role now, as His Majesty's opposition, is to hold the government to account, but also to give the strongest possible support where we can. And I hope that we can work constructively, as our two parties have done hitherto. In opposition, we will continue to make the case that Britain must be a force for good, that it is outward-looking and global in perspective, that we stand up for internationalism and cooperation, stand against populism and isolationism, and stand with the world's poorest and most vulnerable. I'll give way in a moment. I'm very proud of the Conservative Party's record in government on all those fronts. We stood firmly behind Ukraine. We worked day and night with international partners to maximise the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, while supporting negotiations to secure the release of the Israeli hostages. And we produced a groundbreaking white paper on international development that drew in the support of all political parties in tackling global poverty in a complex geopolitical environment. I give way, yes.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for his comments. One duty of the opposition is to point out blind spots, and when we talk about security in the King's speech, one thing that wasn't mentioned was food security. Now, for a rural community like mine that has 85% agricultural base, food security is really important. We've seen that with the attacks on Ukraine and the grain coming out of it. What can he make sure he will do in shadow opposition to hold the opposition to account, to make sure we have food security on these Isles?
Well, he's quite right about the importance of food security. He will remember that the then Prime Minister launched the Global Food Security Summit last November in Britain. It's not just an issue for us, it's an issue, as he rightly says, all around the world, and we will continue to press the government to take it as seriously as we did. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to expand on some of the issues which I anticipate will remain dominant themes over the course of this Parliament. First of all, with Ukraine, Britain's work in supporting Ukraine is a shining example of cross-party cooperation. I pay tribute to the party opposite for the constructive approach they demonstrated while in opposition. And the government can rely on us to continue in that spirit, because the struggle in Ukraine is an existential issue. Let no one believe that Putin will stop at Ukraine if he is victorious in this struggle. And our support for Ukraine in the face of Putin's brutality remains unwavering, and I know the government's position is the same. We welcome the government keeping in place the commitment we made to spend at least £3 billion a year on military support for Ukraine for as long as is necessary. And in government, Madam Deputy Speaker, we were also a leading advocate for sanctioned Russian assets being used to support Ukraine and for ensuring Russia pays for the destruction it has caused. I urge the new government to push the international community to coalesce around the most ambitious solution possible to achieve these important aims. And on these benches, we welcome the declaration agreed at the NATO summit, to which the Defence Secretary referred in Washington last week, which committed to support Ukraine, and I quote, on its irreversible path to full Euro-Atlantic integration, including NATO membership. It is right that the government also committed to this in the gracious speech. In relation to the Middle East, we want to see the conflict in Gaza come to a sustainable end as quickly as possible. Our view remains that a negotiated pause in the fighting is the best way to secure the release of the hostages, enable a significant scaling up of much-needed humanitarian aid, and help bring about the conditions that will allow for a permanent end to hostilities. This is the plan Britain championed in New York and which secured the consent of the international community at the UN. There is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a deal on the table to achieve these goals, backed by Israel, the United States and the United Nations Security Council. The onus is now on Hamas to accept it and bring to an end the suffering of the Palestinian people and the hostages who remain in such awful jeopardy. And the government must build on our hard work to see aid reach those in Gaza who desperately need it. The Conservative government trebled its aid commitment in the last financial year and did everything possible to get more aid into Gaza by land, sea and air. Israel has committed to increasing the amount of aid reaching Gaza. The government of Israel must be held to account for delivering on its promises. But I want to signal a note of caution, which links into my comments earlier about composure. I'm acutely aware of the very strong feelings the conflict in Gaza has elicited. It is probably the most polarising foreign policy issue of our time, which has played out on the streets of our country, on our university campuses, and in our politics, even forming the entire basis for some candidates in the general election who are now with us in the House of Commons. We must remember that this remains an incredibly complex issue. The questions and challenges around resolving the current conflict and achieving this two-state solution we all want to see are profoundly difficult. We have a responsibility to set a sensible and respectful tone in the many debates we will continue to have and make clear that there is no room in our democracy for threats of violence and intimidation. We require serious solutions and long-term measured policies, not performative politics or short-term symbolic proclamations. We should certainly recognise the state of Palestine, but it must be at the right time as part of an overall solution. To do so prematurely could send a signal that terror pays. And I urge the government to resist the siren calls of those who wish to demonise the State of Israel and who draw a moral equivalence between the Hamas leadership and the democratically elected government of Israel in a bid to isolate and delegitimise it. While we are all appalled at the dreadful loss of life in Gaza, we must never forget the horror unleashed by Hamas on Israel on the 7th of October, the deadliest terrorist attack in Israel's history, to which the Right Honourable Gentleman so rightly referred. The Conservative Party stands foursquare behind Israel's right to defend itself, but it must be in accordance with international humanitarian law. And we must not lose sight of the fact that this is, at its heart, a tale of two just causes, of two people's legitimate aspirations for national sovereignty, security and dignity. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are also other crises around the world which must preoccupy the government. I refer particularly to the crisis that has engulfed Sudan, the worst displacement now of people anywhere in the world. We are seeing clear evidence of ethnic cleansing once again in Darfur. We urge the government to continue our efforts to pressure the warring parties in Sudan to cease hostilities and to push hard for humanitarian support to reach those desperate people, including those I saw on the border with Chad earlier this year. The government must also continue to hold to account those regimes around the world committing appalling acts, whether that's Iran, Myanmar, North Korea and Russia, where we must push for the immediate release of Vladimir Kara-Murza. Finally, I know the Foreign Secretary will want to work closely with the governments of Gibraltar and Spain and take a hands-on approach to securing a good deal for the ROC's future prosperity, and we will also be following closely the very important negotiations over the future of Diego Garcia. Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn briefly and directly to the gracious speech. In spite of their legitimate desire for yet another defence review, I think the government has made a mistake in not honouring immediately our commitment to increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by 2030. I know the Shadow Defence Secretary will say more about this later, but this gives the wrong signal to our allies and adversaries about our determination to confront the multitude of dangers the world faces. In 2014, the Conservative government made the commitment to spend 2% of GDP on defence. The UK led the way, and many NATO allies have followed, and we have now led the way with our commitment to move to 2.5% of GDP by 2030. And the benches opposite should be in no doubt either that we will place under the microscope any decisions they may make on our nuclear deterrent. On the subject of Europe, we welcome the closest possible partnership with our friends and neighbours, subject to respecting the results of the referendum and the will of our constituents over Brexit. Today's most important summit at Blenheim, served up oven-ready by my right honourable friend, the former Prime Minister, is a chance to underline the effective way that the UK has worked with our European partners in response to the invasion of Ukraine, and has shown that although we are outside the EU, we can indeed work together effectively. The upcoming Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which I'm delighted was referenced in the gracious speech, will be an opportunity to show real ambition for the Commonwealth. In government, we offered strong support for Samoa's hosting of CHOGM and their desire to use this platform to enhance Commonwealth countries' resilience to global challenges. And I urge the new government to continue working closely with Samoa to make the most of this CHOGM and to mobilise action across the Commonwealth, including to boost trade and investment and enhance access to climate finance. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to conclude by addressing an issue that is very close to my heart and many others across the House, but which in many ways links all of these themes together. I was privileged to return to government as Minister for International Development, a brief I held previously in 2010 as Secretary of State, where for many in their darkest moments after flood, earthquake and disaster, Britain has been a beacon of hope and of light. Now, 70 million people are falling back into poverty, millions of girls are out of school, famines stalk the lands of East Africa, and children are starving to death. The anger and frustration of the global south is palpable. Of course, I made no secret, Madam Deputy Speaker, of my dismay that the overseas aid budget was cut and that DFID was merged into the Foreign Office. And my job as Deputy Foreign Secretary was to look forward to try to make the merger work after a tumultuous start and set out a pathway to return to 0.7. But development is about much more than money. Our recent white paper crafted new approaches that reflect the changing world around us. We formulated creative ways of mobilising new and additional funds to ensure the Sustainable Development Goals are able to get back on track. I'm very proud of the leadership our former Prime Minister has shown on the Green Climate Fund and the Global Fund, where Britain was right at the forefront both of ensuring these funds improved and of fully replenishing them. And I hope the new government will do the same with the IDA World Bank replenishment and with Gavi. We made the case that international development must be owned by the British people. I submit that this is not a Conservative, Labour or Liberal policy, it is a British policy, and we must all unite behind the goal of bringing the British people behind the agenda as set out so clearly in the White Paper. All British development money is spent in our national interest because it helps heal the grotesque discrepancies of opportunity and wealth which disfigure our world. And we will continue, Madam Deputy Speaker, to stand up for the world's poorest and most vulnerable, calling for the continued reform of the international financial system to free up funding for climate finance, debt relief and achieving the SDGs. We will continue to stand up for women and girls with the same vigour we exhibited in government, whether in relation to female genital mutilation, women's rights or LGBTQ rights, and we will press for a bolstering of the coping mechanisms of countries on the front line of climate shocks. Finally, we will be keeping a close eye on whether or not the D in FCDO falls silent once more. Development is only as effective as the structures and expertise behind it. I tried hard in office to strengthen the development silo in the Foreign Office, with some, but frankly not enough, success. I stress in the strongest terms that development cannot be a sideshow. People's lives depend upon it. But the Foreign Office system is built around diplomacy, with a panoply of resources focused on the Foreign Secretary's priorities. I hope the government keeps this in mind. Development deserves the attention and energy afforded to diplomacy, and with the right strategic adjustments, development and diplomacy could make for a mighty partnership. But it will require proactive leadership, and if, despite the best efforts, this cannot be achieved under the merger, and this will become clearer sooner rather than later during this Parliament, I will urge the Government to move swiftly and decisively to Plan B. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is of course easy to despair at the state of the world, so I hope to end on a more sanguine note. I'm long enough in the tooth to have lived through the ebbs and flows of different eras, conflicts and crises. I've witnessed the worst in humanity, but also the best. I've learned that the bleakest moments offer the greatest opportunities. But history teaches us that most things don't come to an end, they are brought to an end. We do have the power to change things for the better, to build a safer and more prosperous world, but we can't do it alone. Only international cooperation can deliver the progress we seek. I sincerely hope the new government will succeed. The future of all of us depend on that success. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Deirdre Costigan, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden remarks on this historic King's speech, which puts into concrete action the first steps of this Labour government of national renewal. And thank you to the honourable member opposite for their wide-ranging remarks. As the new MP for Ealing Southall, I stand in the shadow of Virendra Sharma, who has been our MP for 17 years. With more than 50 years of public service in total, including as a local councillor and Mayor of Ealing, Virendra is a towering figure in West London politics. Always dressed impeccably in a suit and sometimes sporting sunglasses, he often has the air of a mafia don until he gives you that wonderful Sharma smile. Virendra is well known for his work on global maternal health, and he has been a tireless defender of human rights and of the underdog all his political life. I would like to thank him personally for his support and wisdom, and to pay tribute to his wife Nirmala and all the family for their years of service to Ealing Southall. Now, you can probably tell from my still intact Dublin accent that I wasn't born here. I came to this country in the 1990s to finish my education. But like so many Irish people before me, I fell in love with the diversity of this country, and I never went back. And that is the story of my constituency, Ealing Southall, where 53% of people were, like me, born abroad. Whether from India, Pakistan, Somalia, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Ireland, or so many other places, we all came here for a better life. But we didn't always find it easy to achieve that better life. Many of my constituents have faced barriers in the workplace and on the streets, but they've always stood up to them. Ealing Southall has a strong tradition of anti-racism and of trade unionism. In the 1960s, low-paid, exploited Punjabi workers at the Wolf Rubber Factory joined the Transport and General Workers Union and famously took 7 weeks' successful strike action, despite attempts by management to create sectarian division. And in the 1970s, residents took to the streets of Southall to defend it from the far right in the aftermath of the racist murder of Gurdip Singh Chaggar. Madam Deputy Speaker, until my election, I worked for the country's biggest and, of course, the best trade union, Unison. Yes. Starting as a shop steward, I went on to become National Officer for Disability Equality. I intend to continue Ealing Southall's proud tradition of trade unionism and fighting for workers' rights. So I welcome Labour's New Deal for working people and the much-needed laws we will bring forward to ensure Black, Asian and disabled workers have the right to equal pay. I am enormously thankful to the people of Ealing Southall for placing their trust in me. Since the creation of the seat, Labour has won 23 times in a row. But in 23 elections, this is the first time Ealing Southall will be represented by a woman. I intend to support this Labour government's plans to create flexible workplaces that fit with women's lives. Ealing Southall is home to a dizzying array of places of worship, and I was delighted to visit Sri Ram Munda, Sri Guru Ravidas Gurdwara, Baital Mukaran Mosque, and Christ the Redeemer Church during my campaign. I know that for many of us coming to this country from abroad, it was the mundas, the gurdwaras, the mosques and the churches that provided the help and support we needed to settle into a new country. And I will always support all of the diverse communities in Ealing Southall. I am lucky to have not one but 3 town centres in Ealing Southall, with West Ealing, Hanwell and Southall all filled with shops, bars and cafes. Southall itself is a buzzing shopping hub for wedding finery that is famous the world over. But local businesses are not as busy as they once were, which is why they strongly back Labour's plans to review business rates and to stamp out late payments to help revitalise our high streets. Fly tipping is a blight on town centres across London, and I commend the work of the amazing lager can litter-picking volunteers who do so much to keep Ealing clean. As the former Deputy Leader of Ealing Council, I hope to work with our new Labour government to find ways of giving councils more powers to levy and enforce fines that will act as a real deterrent against this criminal behaviour. Now, Ealing Hospital sits in the centre of my constituency, but it is badly in need of love. 10 years ago, I had a stroke, whilst, of all places, at Labour Party conference. I recovered, but I'm sad to say I did miss my Right Honourable friend for Doncaster North's leader speech that year as a result. And I'm afraid to say I missed his statement this morning as well, having unexpectedly been, shall we say, encouraged to make my maiden speech this morning. But when I had my stroke, the care I received from an Irish neurologist working for North West London NHS was fantastic. So I applaud the investment Labour is making in reducing NHS waiting lists and doubling scanners for quicker diagnoses. I'm not sure I would be here today if it wasn't for our NHS. And we must again make sure that it is the best health service in the world. Finally, until recently, I was Ealing's Cabinet Member for Climate Action, and I know many people in my constituency worry about air pollution, nature breakdown and flood risk. I'm excited about Labour's plan to set up Great British Energy, a clean new energy company which should cut carbon emissions, create jobs and help reduce household bills. Madam Deputy Speaker, Ealing Southall has always been a place that has welcomed new arrivals. And I thank this House for channeling the spirit of Ealing Southall today by similarly welcoming my arrival. I look forward to serving all of my constituents, and I will start by backing the much-needed change they voted for that is set out in this King's Speech. Thank you.
Layla Moran. Speaker. May I start by warmly congratulating the new honourable member for Ealing Southall. For a time I lived in Acton, very close to her constituency. When she spoke about the diversity and warmth of the area, I certainly recognised it. I've no doubt she will be an enormous asset to this place. Many congratulations and welcome. I would also like to welcome the Secretary of State for Defence and his team to their places, the Foreign Secretary and his team to their places, including my fellow Oxford MP. It's wonderful to see her there. And also the Shadow Defence Secretary and Foreign Secretary, particularly the Shadow Foreign Secretary, a promotion long overdue, I hope we could all agree.
Yeah.
I just also want to say, under boundary changes, Oxford West and Abingdon has taken in Dalton Barracks and Shippen, and so I am now also the MP for a number of armed forces families. I'd like to pay tribute to them and all of our armed forces and their families who so willingly give their lives over in service to this country. I'm pleased, very pleased, that Foreign Affairs and Defence was chosen for the theme of the first day of this debate. And we are living in a world that feels so much less stable and less secure than it has ever felt in my lifetime, certainly. Only a few days ago, we saw the horrific assassination attempt of an American presidential candidate. Putin continues to wage war in Ukraine. Xi Jinping continues his muscular foreign policy aims, threatening Taiwan and continuing to oppress people in Hong Kong and Xinjiang. And there is indeed, as has been mentioned already, rising tides of populism sweeping across Europe. The Liberal Democrats support many of the priorities that have been set out in the King's speech: support for NATO, support for Ukraine, an intention to reset our relationship with the European Union are all vital to achieving security and stability. And we aim to work constructively with anyone in government that seeks to return Britain's position as a leading light on the international stage, in particular in the area of development, on which I'll associate my remarks with those from the Shadow Foreign Secretary. We agree that there is a huge opportunity here. We wanted to see, of course, a return to the 0.7% of spending, and we think that a new department is actually the way to deliver that muscle that's needed to give it that oomph. But nevertheless, we wish all the ministers well in their endeavour to find a place for development in the Foreign Office. But I was especially pleased to see mention of the Middle East and the two-state solutions, and for reasons that I am sure are obvious, that is what I will be focusing my remarks on today. It's now been nearly 300 days since the horrific Hamas attack on October the 7th. And since then, hostages have still not returned home. The death toll in Gaza has reached 38,000, the vast majority being women and children, and there are, of course, thousands more under the rubble left out of the statistics. Scientists fear the death toll is going to soar, and if you take into account indirect casualties of war, people who die of malnutrition, a lack of medication, or unsanitary living conditions, a letter in the medical journal The Lancet predicted the total number of deaths could climb as high as 186,000. The children of Gaza have suffered the unimaginable. Alexandra Sai, the head of humanitarian policy and advocacy at Save the Children International, said, "They are being dismembered. They have been burned alive in tents. They have been killed due to collapsing apartment building blocks. They have also been killed by preventable diseases and illnesses and denied medical assistance. Children in Gaza are suffering horrifically. In the first 3 months of this conflict alone, 1,000 children had one or both legs amputated. That meant more than 10 children losing one or both legs every single day. So we need that immediate ceasefire, and we needed it 6 months ago. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is only one way to end the killing: to get those hostages safely home and to get that humanitarian aid in. Nothing can happen after that point until the ceasefire is achieved. But we must also understand that that ceasefire is not enough for peace. Peace is not just the absence of war. It is hope that is shared, a future where Palestinians and Israelis will live in security and dignity. That is what we mean by a two-state solution. That is the real prize. Now, I must say to the House, I have been relieved to be a Liberal Democrat during the last few months. In all seriousness, when my family were under siege in that church in Gaza, and the professional and the personal collided completely, and I got that devastating news in November that I had lost a family member, my cousins texted me to tell me, and all they asked for was that ceasefire. And it's what the Liberal Democrats have consistently argued for. Because when it comes to matters of foreign policy, we ground our approach in liberal principles of human rights and the international rules-based order.
Give way on this point.
I will.
I thank the member for giving way and congratulate her on a very powerful speech that she's making. And I agree with her call for an immediate ceasefire. Does she also believe that we should halt arms supplies to Israel, which are being used to bomb Gaza at the present time, and makes us and the United States complicit in the killing of so many people in Gaza?
The Right Honourable Member for his intervention. I'll be coming to exactly those points and expanding on them in my remarks. Thank you. It was that approach that we took of international rules-based order and humanitarian law that led us to being on the right side of the argument when it came to apartheid in South Africa and to Hong Kong, and indeed the war in Iraq, and it so guides our approach now. So I am pleased, delighted even, that the government has included reference to the all-important two-state solution in the King's speech. And I'm heartened very much by the change in tone by the government. But words are meaningless without concrete action. And it is vital that we start from now thinking about what we need to do the day after that ceasefire is secured. Because at some point it will be. We all know that. Now, Hamas are extremes in this debate, but so is Netanyahu. Neither want peace. It is in neither of their interests. And it is the framing of one versus the other that has proved to be so insidious in this debate. There are plenty of voices in Israel and Palestine and beyond who are partners in peace and are actively calling for it. Protest in Israel is growing, with demonstrations being held in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, clamouring for a deal to be done to bring those hostages home. And they often link that to a ceasefire and indeed the release of Palestinian political prisoners like Marwan Barghouti. That wider movement for peace is growing. And so I want to tell the House about two friends of mine, Maoz and Magen, Inon. They lost their parents on October the 7th when Hamas targeted their house with a close-range missile. In fact, I went to Nativ Hazara. I've been twice, once before and once since, and I saw their house and their burnt-out car. And it was heartbreaking. But rather than turn to hatred, they chose instead to now spend their whole lives talking about peace, because they realize that they don't want this to happen to anyone else's family. And there is only one way to guarantee that, and that is peace and a shared future. And so in them, and in all those Israeli peace activists, a movement that is growing, I see that shared future. But this chamber needs to understand, and this government needs to understand, people like Maoz and Magen are embers in a nascent fire, and they need the oxygen of political support so that they can survive and grow. And the same is true for Palestinian peace activists, Hamza and Ahmed, who I recently shared a panel with. All of us, children of the Nakba, but all of us willing to devote our futures to stop the endless taking of lives, to avenge a past we no longer want to keep resurrecting over and over and over again. These are the voices that deserve to be amplified. And this is the kind of rhetoric I hope that we can all take, bringing people together, not seeking to divide. Now, I say this with some disappointment, because in the remarks of the Leader of the Opposition in response to the King's speech yesterday, I note he didn't mention Palestine at all. He only mentioned Israel. We cannot do that. We have to understand that if we want the security and freedom for Israel, then you cannot do that without security and freedom for Palestine too. And that is why the mention of the two-state solution is so vital. So, a two-state solution, let's start with the basics. It needs two states, which is why we must recognise the state of Palestine along 1967 borders immediately without preconditions. I have laid a bill in every parliamentary session since I was elected, and I will do so again. 140 countries have already taken this step, including Ireland, Spain and Norway just this May, and if the UK were to join them, it would send a powerful message to the Israeli government that we are serious about two states, something, by the way, that Netanyahu has rejected. But it would also send a message to the Palestinian people, desperate for hope that the international community, and in particular the UK, with our long-standing historic obligations to the region, are going to help them achieve that future. Now, many will also say, and they're right, that recognition is not enough. One of the biggest barriers to peace are the illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. In 2024, Israel illegally seized 23.7 square kilometres of Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank. That's more than all the land it's taken over the last 20 years combined. These settlements are illegal under international law. They exacerbate tension and they undermine the viability of that precious two-state solution. We have called for individual violent settlers who breach international law to be sanctioned, and I was pleased to see the then Conservative government taking some small steps sanctioning individual settlers. But we need to go further, and I would urge the government to do so. Liberal Democrats have called for sanctions to include the ministers Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, and also the connected entities who provide support or enable these extremist individuals. Since 2021, we have also called for the UK to ban trade with illegal settlements. And the reason for that is because if they are illegal under international law, then we should be putting a firm marker in the sand. British weapons, to come to the honourable gentleman's point, is another form of trade that we think needs to be handled with great care. Now, our policy is not to single out Israel. That is important. It is a policy that is built on ensuring that no British-made arms are sold to any countries who are in potential breach of human rights violations. And that is why we, at the current time, believe that we should be looking at our arms export trade with Israel. I do note that despite repeated calls, the government never released its own legal advice on potential breaches on international law in this conflict. But given that there is a case to answer at the ICJ and the ICC, the British public deserve to know whether the government is breaching its own arms export regime. I note that the Foreign Secretary, when he was Shadow Foreign Secretary, had asked for that legal advice to be released. I'm curious to see whether he will make good on that promise. And while we're on the subject of courts, it is vital that the UK government full-throatedly supports the ICC and the ICJ in their investigations and judgments. The UK government must support them and their processes and outcome without fear or favour. This goes beyond this conflict. This has international ramifications if we undermine these courts that are very much the bedrock of our international rules-based order. So while When they were in government, the Conservatives did undermine these processes. I had hoped for better from Labour, and I still hope for better. In January this year, the now Foreign Secretary said his party believed that if there was an arrest warrant issued for Netanyahu, then they would honour it. Since then, Karim Khan at the ICC has issued one for Hamas leaders and Netanyahu, but the block to the issuing by the UK, something that should be removed, we understand from media, may have remained in place. And it would be very helpful for the Foreign Secretary to come to the House and explain the position. And I will, of course.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and as ever, she is a powerful advocate on injustices all over the world. But the point in particular she raises with regards to the international rules-based order is one that is very powerful, because the international rules-based order and the international legal system must provide equal protection to all people and must be free from double standards. The minute those two things do not apply, then the very nature of the rules-based order we are talking is at threat itself.
May I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. I couldn't agree with him more, and it has really concerned me how people are now perceiving a double standard between what is happening in this conflict and what is happening, say, between Ukraine and Russia. Very different conflicts. But what we have to do as politicians is bolster that international rules-based order so that people have faith that where there are injustices anywhere in the world, they will be put through a proper process and then determined after that. I'm afraid to say we are at risk, not just this country but the US as well, of undermining that system, and I would urge the government to take a different approach to how it had previously. So I'll simply end by saying I would urge the government to go further and faster when it comes to a two-state solution. I'd love to see a plan for what they mean by leading. I would offer my services with pleasure, because we need that two-state solution, with Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in dignity and security. It's going to take much more than a change in tone to get there, and it's vitally what we need to achieve peace, not just in Israel-Palestine, but in the Middle East and the region as a whole.
I call Lee Pitcher to make his maiden speech.
Thank you to the Honourable Member from Oxford West and Abingdon. Like many of us, I found myself stood on the terrace here in Parliament on my first day, my back to the stunning Palace of Westminster, the splendour of Big Ben outside, the London Eye majestically circling with the buzz, excitement and energy of the visitors here in this great capital city. And there I was, looking out across the very still River Thames towards the East End of London. Home, of course, to the world's greatest football team, West Ham United. Who, I will remind everyone, did bring home some European silverware quite recently. But in truth, I wasn't thinking about the London Stadium at the time, but I was looking towards the place that I was born and spent my early years. I recalled the young 14-year-old in his first year of his GCSEs, who was slept on a double mattress on the floor, alone, with just his mum and his sister. A little lad who had nothing left to his name, and who was regularly bullied at school for the length of his trousers. And I can tell you, there is nothing more stark, more devastating, and actually more heartbreaking than seeing your mum's face, a very proud lady, who, with the primary focus in life to look after her babies, found herself working tirelessly, but still lost the home that we lived in. Now, those times were rough, but I was so fortunate to have the very best and most inspiring women role models around me. My mum and my sister, who showed me that strength of character, resilience, and the importance of kindness, regardless of the situation, is what will carry you through. And that time, what we had were many friends and families in a community who rallied around us to give us support, give us a roof over our heads. And that told me that there were people out there who cared, people out there who would give you hope, and it's hope that what we need. That experience absolutely changed my life and set a direction of travel for me to work hard, to do well, and to never ever want to see anyone in that same position again. And here I am today, July the 18th, on my 47th birthday. Thank you. Standing in the shadows of the greats in this country that I love with my every being, given the chance to make sure that I deliver that promise to myself and to my constituents that will never happen to another child again. So today is a super special day, as was the 5th of July, when I became the first ever Member of Parliament for Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of Andrew Percy, who residents spoke to so fondly on the doorstep as one of a great constituency MP, and to Nick Fletcher of the Don Valley, whose work in promoting mental health in men is very dear to my heart, having lost a cousin a few years ago. Nick also campaigned for Doncaster Airport, a key priority of mine too, and I will not stop working closely with the Mayor of Doncaster, the South Yorkshire Mayor, officers and others to see planes flying over the skies of Doncaster again. Now, it really isn't hard to see why we all care so much for my beautiful constituency, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about why I adore it so much. Now, 30 years ago, I met my best friend, my wife, who is from that constituency. She introduced me to Yorkshire, and I fell in love with the place in the same way that I fell in love with her at 18 years of age. And she's been by my side ever since. Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme is my home. My family have grown up in the constituency, my children have gone to school there, and alongside work I've volunteered with wonderful organisations and many unsung heroes in that area to give back to our community over many, many years. I've seen the work of great places like the Doncaster Lions, for example, with a motto that couldn't align any more to our own values. We serve, who tirelessly walk the streets at Christmas every single year with Santa and his sleigh to bring smiles to children who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford to go and see Santa in a grotto. I've also had first-hand experience of the impact of Thorn's local community radio, TMCR, that brings a ray of sunshine through music to residents across the airwaves, easing loneliness and creating a sense of family. And as a school governor at Trafford St Lawrence School for several years, I've seen the monumental effort of staff and teachers giving children the very best starts in lives. Community spirit can be found in every single pocket of the new constituency, from the urban, proud former mining areas and charming towns of Doncaster East to the fertile agricultural farming areas, quaint towns and villages of the Isle of Axholme in North Lincolnshire, through to the thriving local independent businesses and attractions like the Yorkshire Wildlife Park. And a big shout out to Rocco, the baby rhino who I met last weekend. And like Rocco, I see what I have in Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme as rare, special and must be looked after. Because mine is an area where heritage and tradition has shaped the towns and villages, and I'm keen to ensure that the unique identity of the different areas are respected, embraced and enjoyed for generations to come. The Isle of Axholme was once an inland island, surrounded by streams, rivers and meres, until it was drained in the 1600s. It's amazing historic architecture, you really need to come and see it, like Normanby Hall and the old rectory in Epworth, which was home to John Wesley, the founder of Methodism. It is also the home of the Haxey Hood. Anyone heard of that? So that's a tradition that dates back to the 14th century. Lady de Mowbray was riding through Westward Side or towards West Side. Her silk hat flew off her head in the wind. The 13 farm workers who were local ran after it. One of them eventually caught it. He was too shy to give it her back, handed it to another gentleman. He passed it back to her. But the whole thing caused such amusement that she dedicated 13 acres of land so that every single year, the year after, they would have the same process reenacted. So I say, why don't we in the future, after PMQs, get together in a rugby scrum like they do now every single year and see if we can push the hood back to where it needs to be. We also have Kirby, home to the power stations, and Stainforth and the Kirby Canal, and Kroll with its quaint square and Gothic revival market hall, and the lovely rural villages like Luddington, Eland, West Butterwick, Garforth and Thockerby. And Eastoft, where I recently met with a couple of farmers who told me that we have the best growing land in the world. Doncaster East comprises wonderful market towns like Bawtry, a 12th century port, Thorn, mentioned in the Domesday Book, mining settlements like Dunscroft, Moran and Rosington, Hatfield, the place where Northumbrian King Edwin was killed in battle at the Hatfield Chase, Woodhouse, the birthplace of Corporal William J. Harper, a local hero who won a Victoria Cross in World War II. Dunsville, Lindome, Bessica, Brandon, Finley, Austerfield, Ilkley, all have their own enticing charm. For all of the greatness in my home constituency, though, my team and I have some real challenges ahead. The King's speech has paved the way for policies and legislation to facilitate change in a lot of these areas. So for the mum who came to the constituency about 5 years ago and was pregnant at that time, and still 5 years later hasn't got her child an NHS dental appointment, well, I tell you that now, there are 700,000 new appointments to come. So for the dad I spoke to while getting his children ready to visit their grandma, whose wife was upstairs in bed and had a delay in her chemotherapy treatment, and wanted to not see that happen to others because of the anxiety it caused, I tell you now, 40,000 new appointments per week and a huge reduction in NHS waiting times. For the granddad who endured young adults trying to break him repeatedly, pretty much every day to his home, and threatened him with knives, 13,000 more police officers. For the children I spoke to at New College Hustings who wanted new industries, new jobs to excite them, a clean energy company with STEM jobs for a future generation. So for the parent with the child with special educational needs who got no mental health support or a diagnosis for several years, a commitment to massively up mental health provision. So for the school leaver who could never see a future home and the ability to buy themselves one, a commitment for jobs for 1.5 million homes in the future. So for my mum, waiting for a bus that is delayed or never turns up, devolve powers to regional mayors to take them back into public control. For all of those children who go to school hungry, do not have clothes on their back, and there are plenty in my area with relative poverty rates in the constituency at 19.7%, according to the Commons Library, breakfast clubs for all, energy costs reduced by GB Energy, economic stability and growth through projects like a National Wealth Fund, planning reform, creating roles and jobs. What I do going forward requires personal role model and visionary leadership, but it also requires a team effort. When I started my career as a sewer baiter, lifting manholes and baiting to kill rats, I was given advice by a CEO of a company, and that was this: Lee, to be successful, you need to build the best team around you. And to build the best team around you, you need to focus on brains. You don't focus on race, religion, age, sexual preference, any of that thing. Focus on the brains. Get the best brains around you and you'll be successful. Over the years, I've learned that you need to supplement that with passion in your hearts. And if you've got the right passion in your hearts and the right brains, you're bound to be successful. I will work tirelessly across private, public and volunteering sectors, my wonderful volunteering team and residents to bring back a better today and an even better tomorrow for Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme. No family should go to bed at night and have nightmares about what tomorrow might bring. They should sleep well, they should dream big, and they should wake up with opportunities galore. I do not underestimate the challenge ahead, but I can tell you now that that 14-year-old without a home never did either. And let me be witness as I'm stood here today to that. So thank you to every single resident in Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme for putting your trust in me. I am your voice here in Westminster, I am your voice here in the constituency, and together we will make a difference.
Sir Alec Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And may I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a real pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme on his maiden speech. It's also a great pleasure to find that there's another Yorkshire hammer in the House. But if I can give him some friendly advice, he may not want to have the honourable member and my neighbour for Leeds East sat behind him next time. But if he does give you any trouble, just ask to compare the European cabinets. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to start off by just talking about the defence side as being the UK leader of currently the UK leader of the delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Defence is an ever-changing world. There is some debate about, I hope there's not too much of a pause in the defence reviews that have already taken place, and I can understand why a new defence review is taking place with the new government, but I think it is worth noticing that we've moved to a 360-degree view of NATO and the threats it faces. We may well have a change of administration in the United States. And with any change of administration, it always takes time to work out the directions that administration wants to take. I personally do not feel as fearful as some do about maybe President Trump returning to the White House, because in his last tenure, he actually invested heavily in NATO and did not undermine it. But we know that his habit is to create great upset and make big statements. And then the reality is somewhat different, and he works towards building that. But nevertheless, it is something that will have to be considered. And it is something that what he was successful in was getting European allies to build their defence strategies and their defence budgets. But we cannot get away from the fact that the demands on the defence of Europe are growing and growing and growing. And that's not just on land, that's also at sea. And we know that Russia have mapped the bed of the North Sea. They've mapped the seabeds of the pipelines for fuel, the data cables, obviously surface platforms are a risk. And we know that the Royal Navy and other allies spend a great deal of time counteracting. And I'm proud that the Conservative government laid in place a huge shipbuilding programme, one which hasn't been seen at that level for many, many years, and gives long-term contracts that allows the shipyards to invest, allows the companies to invest, and crucially allows the Royal Navy to be the capable force it needs to be. And that must be key in not just as a maritime nation, but in where the maritime interests lay in the world. Climate change has already been mentioned in today's speeches, and one of the undeniable facts of that is the opening up of the High North, of the North East Passage. What is an undeniable fact is that Russia have been rebuilding and revamping bases along that northern shoreline of theirs. And another undeniable fact is that because the Ukrainian war, which Vladimir Putin illegally started, thinking he would be able to walk in and dominate that country in a very short space of time, has decimated his economy in terms of the long run. Going to a war economy will always decimate it. It's decimated a huge number of the military personnel in his military, and it's made him reliant on other countries such as China. And it is noticeable that before the Ukrainian war, Chinese vessels never really went into the High North, but they do now. They do now, and Russia lets them in. And there is a tension going to be forming in the High North that we have to be ready for. Now, I think we are ready for it, and I think that we have taken part in exercises in the High North that have been absolutely vital. But it just goes to add how vital the Royal Navy is. But of course, it's also vital that we have the functioning Air Force, that we continue with the procurement of F-35s. We know that on, I think, a daily basis, that Russian jets try to violate our airspace, certainly NATO airspace, and they need to be met with confrontation. NATO is a deterrent force. It's not an aggressive force, it is a deterrent force. But deterrent can only happen if they fear the consequences of the balance of power. I believe that NATO is strong enough at the moment. There's no other combined maritime force in the world that constantly has at least 36 ships at sea, patrolling the sea. That's what NATO is able to bring together. So it's absolutely vital that when we do the strategic review, we analyse not just what we need in maritime today, but what's coming in the future. Not just how we patrol the airspace today, but what's coming in the future. And we also have to address the situation of the Army, which has been in discussion for decades. Now, it's all very well saying about hollowing out the armed forces, going to the lowest number of personnel, but this was, in many ways, the post-Cold War dividend, which many of us warned about before the conflict in Ukraine, that post-Cold War dividend was gone and will not come back. And that leads to some tough choices. And there has to be an honesty in the conversation when we talk about how much GDP we should be spending, because it will add up to 100% GDP. And that means you're going to cut the budget somewhere else to make that work. Now, I'm proud that we have that track to go to 2.5%, but in my intervention on the Secretary of State earlier on, the point I was trying to make is if this review adds up to more than 2.5%, saying this is what we need to be able to defend this changing arena, is the government going to spend that money? And that is a whole. We can't on the one hand say we aim to get to 2.5% rather than actually give a date on it. On the other hand say, and we're going to have a strategic defence review, but what if it costs 3%? Is it going to actually be achieved? And that is an important question. One of the things which I think, but I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable member for giving me, making a most interesting speech. I wonder, Mr Deputy Speaker, if he would agree with me that the present size of the British Army is mitigating against recruitment. A lot of people who might be good in the British Army are looking at it as a career option, saying, actually, I could get another job, I might do better. And that's very, very dangerous.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that comment. And recruitment has become a great issue in the armed forces, especially with unemployment at historically low levels. It is difficult to recruit into the armed forces. I think that one of my colleagues said to me recently that it wasn't officers which were a problem in recruiting, it was the ranks. And I don't have immediate answers to how we get there, but I do have one thing which, in my short tenure as the procurement minister at the MOD, within 24 hours looking at the letters and written questions on my desk, it became blatantly obvious that the accommodation issue is one of the biggest issues facing the services. And I make no criticism of any of my successors or predecessors in that role in trying to handle this issue, because you quickly discover just how difficult an issue it is to try and handle the accommodation side. Now, I wanted to make that a priority in terms of the capital expenditure budget being front-loaded to sort out accommodation, but there are so many legal hurdles in deals that have been done in the past, it becomes difficult. But what I want to lay on the record today is that I see service accommodation as a defence capability, and it should be treated like all other defence capabilities. Because if we are asking our service personnel to go to war, do we want them in the battlefield, and the last thing they heard before they went in that battlefield was that their family was moving out and going somewhere else because they couldn't live in those conditions anymore? Do we want our personnel on Trident to be disappearing for 4 months and the last thing they heard was, I'm leaving, I'm going back to my family home with the kids, you know, we can't live like this? That becomes an operational capability. We need our highly trained, highly professional personnel to know that they're being looked after. And that does start with accommodation. And I will wish all success to the government to try and grasp this issue and take it forward, because it is exceptionally complex. And I know, and I'm looking at the Shadow Secretary of Defence, who was one of my successors, I know that he personally tried very hard to sort this issue out and carry it forward. I know there's a body work taking place, but it is a priority and it needs to be sorted. And actually, I hope that the new Minister for Armed Forces makes good on the 50 written questions he submitted on the 23rd and 24th of May this year alone, about accommodation, alongside the several questions by the now Secretary of State. So they obviously recognise it is a huge concern, and we look forward to finding out as soon as we can how they are going to approach that. Just moving on to foreign affairs. Without a shadow of a doubt, one of the most contentious issues in the previous Parliament, outside and during the general election, is the war between Israel and Gaza. And it inflamed passions on all sides. But I fear that what this general election campaign showed is that we are stepping over the mark with some of, and I say some of, the militant protesters for Palestine. Not protesters for Palestine, that's a very different set of people. The militant protesters of Palestine who seek to try and use fear and intimidation to try and achieve their objectives. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll just say I've not given notice to the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley about what I'm about to say, but it's not a criticism of her, so I hope she'll accept it. As she pointed out in her acceptance speech, it was one of the most horrific campaigns she had ever been through. Nobody putting themselves forward in a democracy, let alone in public service, should have to experience, with not just she experienced, but several people experienced. But you know what most of them had in common, Mr Deputy Speaker, was that they were women. Okay? And female candidates in this election, especially Labour female candidates in this election, had the most horrific misogynistic abuse hurled at them over the issue of Gaza and Israel. And we have to call that out. Everybody elected to this place is here as a parliamentarian. As a parliamentarian to speak up for the things they passionately believe in, and no one should ever dismiss someone's passionate views about a particular subject, even if we ferociously disagree with them. But it is incumbent upon all of us to call out when we see, in what should be a fair democracy, people having their tyres slashed, people being screamed at, people being intimidated. You know, and that especially happens to women. And if we want this to be a strong democracy, we have to make sure that this House, with one voice, says that everybody who wants to stand for Parliament, whatever their views, has that right to safely campaign and safely put their views across. And we have fallen a long way behind that as a country. And whatever anybody's view is, we have to call that out. Because I am a strong defender and supporter of Israel. I believe that Israel has its right to exist, it has its right to defend itself. I believe that a close eye must be kept on whether international humanitarian law is indeed or not being broken, and if it is, the people who are responsible for that must be brought before courts and they must be prosecuted. But the Honourable Lady for West Oxford and Abingdon made a very powerful speech, and I listened intently to every word she said. And I think that her personal experiences again brings a value to this House in being able to, really talk about what it meant to her with her family and being on the ground. And again, who in this House doesn't want to see a ceasefire? We all want to see a ceasefire, but there are two sides to a coin of a ceasefire. It is still Hamas's objective to wipe out the state of Israel. That has to be something that we address. So we have to keep that balance between, as my honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary said, it was a pogrom which was launched, but it was a pogrom launched on the 7th of October, and we must make absolutely sure that what happened on that day can't happen again. Now, a two-state solution is something that this House has always pushed towards, Mr Deputy Speaker, okay? But that cannot just be, it's down to Israel and Israel alone to make the ceasefire happen. So I will carry on defending Israel's right to defend itself and maintain its security. I also will carry on defending international law and making sure it's abided to, and if it isn't, hold people to account. But the call for a ceasefire cannot just be on the one side. Hamas have to release the hostages, Hamas have to stop their objectives to wipe out Israel, and then we may be able to move things forward. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Joe Powell to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Wetherby and Easingwold and the excellent maiden speeches from my honourable friends Ealing Southall and Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme. It gives me great delight to address this House as the new Member of Parliament for Kensington and Bayswater. Now, I doubt for any of us the last 7 weeks have been easy. I know many honourable members will still be catching up on their sleep after the campaign trail, but having our twins born in the first week of the general election campaign took things to another level. If timing is everything in politics, then this is certainly not a combination I would recommend anyone repeating, but they will obviously have a great story to tell when they're older. And I wanted to start by taking a moment to thanking the team at Queen Charlotte's Hospital and across the Imperial College NHS Trust for their incredible care. Our NHS staff deserve our utmost respect and support, and I hope in the future St Mary's, Hammersmith and Charing Cross hospitals will finally get what they need to become the first-class premises that patients and staff in our community deserve, including delivering on plans for a brand new St Mary's Hospital. I want to pay tribute to my two predecessors in this new constituency. Felicity Buchan worked hard for the residents of Kensington in the past 5 years, and I want to particularly commend her work on the Homes for Ukraine programme. There are some issues here that are central to our national and international security that transcend party politics, and supporting the struggle for a free Ukraine is one of them, and I'm grateful for her work on this issue. In Kensington and Bayswater, we have the Ukrainian Cultural Centre, the Ukraine Embassy, and a substantial Ukrainian population. And having personally worked to support democracy and anti-corruption in Ukraine for many years, I will make sure our Ukrainian community continues to have a strong advocate in Parliament. I was also fortunate enough to inherit part of Dame Karen Butt's former constituency of Westminster North, and under previous boundaries, she represented North Kensington for many years. And I know from experience that tens of thousands of residents have been directly assisted by Karen with expertise and empathy. And I hope I can emulate even a small part of her unwavering focus on tackling poverty and our housing crisis, whether it's holding our social housing landlords to account, protecting private renters, including abolishing Section 21 no-fault evictions, or finally ending the outdated feudal leasehold system. Karen did a monumental amount of work to advance these causes, and I'm sure she was absolutely delighted with their inclusion in the King's Speech. She's always exemplified public service over self-interest, and I will do my best with her my other colleagues who are inheriting that constituency to live up to her legacy, and I know how grateful we are for her 27 years of service in this House. Now, Kensington and Bayswater is an incredible part of London, as many of you will already know. Indeed, I canvassed many honourable members during the campaign, and I've already been picking up casework in the corridors. But we are an amazing community with fantastic community campaigners and organisations, businesses, entrepreneurs, charities, heritage, music, parks, schools, and so much going for it. But also a deep inequality that has widened in recent years. There is now a 19-year gap between the life expectancy of a woman born in Nottingdale, in North Kensington, compared with Holland Park, only a third of a mile away from each other. And that gap has increased by 5 years in the last decade alone. Over 6,000 children are living in poverty, and over 3,000 families are on a growing housing waiting list. So while we are rightly proud of our contribution to the nation's economy in terms of growth, talent, innovation and finance in so many different industries, and we celebrate the tourists who come to visit our museums, Portobello Road and our parks, we must also tackle the underlying causes of that inequality that prevents too many people in my constituency from reaching their full potential, whether that's housing, education or employment opportunities. And I know from the thousands of people I've met across our constituency that far too many feel like government is not working for them. They see too many politicians putting political party before country and self-interest before community. And I know that trust in government and politicians has plummeted as a result. But it doesn't have to be this way. I've spent my career working to make democracy work better in dozens of countries around the world by supporting reformers in government to work with civil society, to be more transparent, more inclusive and more accountable, and to deliver for people on the priorities they care about. In Kensington and Bayswater, that means, for example, getting to grip with the dirty money in luxury property that still stains our community. And despite recent progress in legislation and the leadership that Baroness Hodge and the Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield and many others have shown on this topic, we still have one of the highest number of anonymously owned properties registered in tax havens in our constituency, with loopholes allowing autocrats and kleptocrats to continue shielding their ownership. And many of those properties sit empty, hurting our local businesses, our schools, and hollowing out our sense of community. And I agree that those frozen under sanctions should be utilised as soon as possible. So I'm determined to build on our Kensington Against Dirty Money campaign and continue advocating for London to end its reputation as the dirty money capital of the world and instead become the anti-corruption capital of the world. Yeah. And there is no worse example of what happens when government stops listening to people and transparency and accountability is discarded than what happened at Grenfell Tower over 7 years ago. 72 people lost their lives in an entirely preventable tragedy, and yet we still do not have truth, justice and change for the bereaved, survivors and affected community. These are people whose lives were changed forever on the 14th of June 2017 and who have had to wait far too long for justice and for those responsible to be held to account. In the coming weeks, the second phase of the public inquiry will report, and I know honourable members here will join me in looking to those recommendations to ensure that a tragedy like Grenfell can never happen again. And I warmly welcome the inclusion of the duty of candour law for public servants in the King's Speech and applaud the effective campaigning from those affected by Grenfell, Hillsborough, Infected Blood, Windrush and others who have suffered from an unacceptable defensive culture across many of our public institutions. And I hope we can look at further measures to ensure robust oversight of the implementation of those recommendations from these inquiries. Mr Deputy Speaker, Kensington and Bayswater is a special place, making a huge contribution to our national life in so many ways. And my hope is under this Labour government we become a fairer place too, building on our strengths and addressing the inequalities that have held us back. It won't be easy and it won't happen overnight. As a QPR fan, I've learned over many years to be realistic. But we have an opportunity now to restore faith and trust in government and democracy and to restore our reputation internationally too. Thank you.
Before calling the next speaker, can I say the demand to participate in this debate exceeds the supply if we carry on speaking at such great length. And I don't believe in regulation, I prefer self-regulation. And so my advice to people would be if they stick to around 6 minutes from now on, we won't have to impose a time limit. David Mundell. Thank
you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and what a pleasure to hear three such effective maiden speeches, and I commend the honourable gentleman from Kensington and Bayswater on surviving not only the election but the birth of twins, and wish his family well. The honourable gentleman from Doncaster East and Isle of Axholme, I wish him a happy birthday. I don't think future birthdays making a speech in the House of Commons will have the same allure somehow. I regarded Verinder Sharma as a great friend here in the House of Commons. I never quite saw him as a mafia don. What I did see him as was a very, very effective operator, and all new and indeed returning MPs can learn a lot from Verinder in how to get things done in Parliament. I commend the new teams at the Foreign Office and the Department for Defence. I was particularly pleased to see the noble Lord Collins of Highbury become a Parliamentary Under-Secretary in the department, having worked closely with him on a number of development-related issues over the last 5 years, and particularly as co-chair of the all-party group on nutrition for development. Lord Collins has championed these issues in opposition, and I am confident he will now do so from within the FCDO, along with the Right Honourable Lady for Oxford East, who I also congratulate on her appointment. And it's international development, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I want to concentrate on, although I note that there was no specific mention of it or any ambition to return to spending 0.7% on it in the King's speech. I want to also commend my Right Honourable and long-standing friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield, on his efforts in the previous government. He brought not only his usual vigour and drive to his time as Minister for International Development, but he also stabilised what all the evidence presented to the International Development Committee showed had been a chaotically managed merger of DFID and FCO. Whatever the rights and wrongs of the thinking behind the merger, we cannot pretend that it was well executed, nor that the randomness of some of the decisions or scale of subsequent funding cuts were not seriously damaging to frontline programmes and the UK's reputation as a reliable development partner. Now, I think, thanks to the Right Honourable Gentleman, that is behind us, although I do listen to his warning for a need for a plan B, although I think the last thing those delivering on aid on the front line need is the distraction and disruption of further organisational change in the FCDO at this time. However, I'm sure what they do want to know is what this government's criteria are for returning 2.7% and what is the anticipated timescale. In opposition, Labour rightly, in my view, highlighted cuts to the age budget and impact of spending on refugees in the UK on that budget. But in government, you need to put your money where your mouth is. And so I look forward to hearing some detail of that spending in the wind-up speeches. If we're to make meaningful progress on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, I also hope the Government will embrace the White Paper which the Right Honourable Gentleman for Sutton Coldfield published. It was well received across the development community and here in the UK and internationally. And whilst it's understandable a new government might want to put its own bells and whistles on it, I hope the core objectives of ending extreme poverty and tackling climate change will remain along with the framework for doing so.
Will you allow me?
I will indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. On the subject of bells and whistles in the International Development White Paper, can I reassure my Right Honourable friend that there are a lot of bells and whistles from all around the House that are in it?
Indeed, and I see the White Paper as part of, and an important part of, building a new consensus on development and re-engaging the wider public in the agenda. A cross-party approach is the best way to build public support for development and confidence that funding is being effectively spent, which is a legitimate concern of constituents, of our constituents. So all of us in this place who care about development should set ourselves the objective of increasing public engagement here in the UK, as should those who work in the sector. Too many NGOs have gone down an overtly corporate route in their approach in recent years and lost touch with members or supporters who were often the most powerful advocates for aid in their communities. I don't, Mr Deputy Speaker, listening to your guidance, have the time to go into detail on the specifics of my own views on what the priorities should be, but having co-chaired the all-party group on HIV/AIDS and the all-party group on nutrition for development, I am absolutely clear that those must be at the heart of the government's approach to international development, and in particular spending on nutrition, as The Economist has highlighted this week, delivers the best outcomes for the money spent. And I hope that as this government moves forward to tackle the Sustainable Development Goals, which we seem far from being able to reach by 2030, that nutrition will be at the heart of that agenda, and that they will take the opportunity of the forthcoming Nutrition for Growth conference in Paris to restate this government's commitment, not just to nutrition, but to international development.
Andy McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman from Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale. It's also a pleasure to finally sit on this side of the House with my Labour colleagues in government. The view is so much better from here. But it's also an honour to have heard such incredible, powerful maiden speeches from the honourable members from Ealing and Southall, Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme, and Kensington and Bayswater. You have really raised the bar, and it's going to be difficult for us to match it. But in my acceptance speech on election night, I remarked how over 14 years the Conservative austerity agenda had so badly damaged this nation. Its destruction of our public services and people's incomes devastated communities like mine. So it was incredibly welcome to hear a King's speech of a Labour government that immediately begins addressing these matters. I'm particularly pleased to welcome the Employment Rights Bill. In 2021, as Shadow Secretary of State for Employment Rights and Protections, I was honoured to accept the invitation of the then Leader of the Opposition and now Prime Minister to chair a task force that ultimately led to Labour's Green Paper heralding the New Deal for working people. For their hard work and dedication, I must thank Labour's affiliated trade unions, the non-affiliated unions, the TUC itself and the Leader's Office. And I must also mention the expertise of my friend, the Noble Lord John Hendy, and the Institute of Employment Rights for their work on this agenda over many, many years, and to my staff, Carl Hansen and Ellie Mackover. It is right that we are taking action to ban exploitative zero-hour contracts and to end the scourge of fire and rehire. And whilst we're at it, we should also pay attention to the fire and replace of P&O, who sacked 800 workers over Zoom. Those people have got to be held responsible for their despicable acts. And I was pleased to import from New Zealand the concept of fair pay agreements. And I'm delighted to see my honourable and right honourable friends engross the proposal, starting with the introduction of FPAs in the social care sector, hopefully marking the beginning of the full restoration of sectoral collective bargaining across our economy. Over 25 years ago, 80% of our economy was represented by collective bargaining. Now it's less than 25%, and it must be corrected. So there's a great deal of work to do. But the introduction of a single status of worker will be transformative for the millions of workers in precarious and fragile employment who currently struggle to make ends meet and have no hope of planning their futures. All of that changes with the New Deal. And as we update trade union legislation, we look forward to the repeal of the Unworkable and Ill-Advised Minimum Services Act and the Trade Union Act of 2016. Elsewhere in the King's Speech, Mr Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the two railway bills and the Better Buses Bill. Having produced as Shadow Transport Secretary the White Paper, Labour's plan for a nationally integrated publicly owned railway, I am delighted that my right honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Healey, has been so quick off the mark in tabling the necessary bills. And I place on record my heartfelt thanks to the incredible Dr. Ian Taylor, formerly of the Transport for the Quality of Life, for his great expertise and sheer hard work in progressing the agenda on rail reconfiguration and the re-regulation of buses. It's right that we get on with establishing Great British Railways under public ownership, and having mentioned his brother, I wish to welcome the appointment of Lord Peter Hendy to the role of Railways Minister, undoubtedly an excellent appointment. But I cannot fail to mention that in my Middlesbrough and Thornaby East constituency, we have some of the worst child poverty in Britain. The Prime Minister is right to say that the abolition of the two-child cap is merely one lever to tackle the abomination of child poverty, as all Labour governments are destined to do. But it is undoubtedly the most cruel and draconian measure to be visited on low-income households introduced by the party opposite. And I do hope that my colleagues on the front bench will abolish this grotesquely punishing measure as one such priority lever at the earliest opportunity. We also need a serious approach to delivering public sector pay restoration and outsourcing. I very much welcome the Chancellor's commitment to the largest programme of insourcing in British history, and I very much welcome the Health Secretary's intervention and doing what his predecessor didn't do and meet with the junior doctors in an attempt to bring that dispute to an end. And as well as the need to grow our economy, we cannot shy away from the fact that our taxation system is grossly unfair, and I trust that the glaring anomalies are addressed in early course. I welcome the focus upon devolution. These are powers that we want to take away from this place to give to our nations and regions. But my goodness, that has to come with accountability, transparency and openness. And that sadly has been too often lacking, and it's something that must be addressed. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on foreign affairs, it's perhaps a statement of the obvious, but our foreign policy must be based on human rights and the adherence to international humanitarian law. So in relation to Gaza, I welcome the statements of the Foreign Secretary this week in calling for an immediate ceasefire, for hostages to be released and for aid to reach the people of Gaza. But the question, of course, is how we will apply pressure to achieve these goals. And we must have clarity on a number of areas. First, I would urge the government to set out how it will use all levers that are necessary to achieve a ceasefire, including the end of arms export licensing. Second, I trust that the government can provide the House with early confirmation of the re-establishing of direct funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. Third, I ask that the government clarify that it supports the processes that will prosecute war crimes and that the UK accepts the ICC jurisdiction over Israel and has no truck with the nonsense legal argument of Israel being exempt from international law. We have seen it time and time again, and I don't think there's anybody in this House who wasn't shaken to the core by the vision of that young man with Down syndrome having been attacked by IDF soldiers and the dogs savaged him and he bled to death. We've seen these scenes over and over again. And the justification of pursuing a military target, that it's okay to kill 110 people in the task, innocent children, women and men, is an abomination. And I hope the Foreign Secretary will quickly clarify the new government's approach to the early recognition of the State of Palestine. We need equality and fairness to resolve this crisis, and it will not be resolved without the recognition of Palestine. There's so much in this King's speech, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We've got an awful lot to be happy about. There's a lot of optimism that pours from it. But there is much to do, but we are indeed up and running. Thank you.
I call Carla Denyer to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm most grateful for you calling me during today's debate. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Carla Denyer. My pronouns are she, her. I'm very much looking forward to getting to know you all. I congratulate the honourable members for Ealing Southall, Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme, and Kensington and Bayswater on your really interesting maiden speeches. I also want to take a moment to honour the member for Oxford West and Abingdon on her very compelling speech about the route to peace in Gaza and Israel. I look forward to working with all of you newly elected MPs and, in fact, everybody in this place in pursuit of a better future for our constituents. I will return to the shape of this future shortly, but first I want to look back for a moment and to thank the people of Bristol Central for making history and electing me as the first Green MP for the city. And also, as far as I'm aware, the first bisexual MP for the constituency. We are, as a city, rightly proud of our firsts. In 1371, and don't worry, I'm not going to do every year, in 1371, the town of Bristol was the first in England to be given the status of a county. In 1739, John Wesley founded the very first Methodist chapel, the New Room, in what is now the very heart of my constituency, Bristol Central. In 2015, the city became the first in the UK to be awarded the European Green Capital Award. In 2016, the city elected Marvin Rees and thus became the first major European city to elect a mayor of black African heritage. And what is widely agreed to be Banksy's first large stencil, the Mild Mild West, was painted in 1999 in Stokes Croft in my constituency, in fact, on a wall just round the corner from where I first met a member of the Green Party, a meeting which rather changed the course of my life. Over the course of Bristol's history, of course, it unfortunately cannot and must not be disentangled from the UK's shameful and immoral history of colonialism and slavery. Yeah, yeah. A 1499 voyage led by merchant William Weston of Bristol was the first expedition commanded by an Englishman to North America, and Bristol merchants have financed over 2,000 slaving voyages between 1698 and 1807. These ships carried over 500,000 enslaved Africans from Africa to slave labour in the Americas. A blue plaque on the 7 Stars Inn on Thomas Lane in the city centre marks how Thomas Clarkson, an anti-slavery activist, together with the 7 Stars landlord, collected testimonies from sailors in 1787 that were used as evidence here in Parliament. These statements played a role in the passing of the 1807 Slave Trade Act, which eventually led to the historic end of the transatlantic slave trade in enslaved Africans. Bristol Central's hugely successful M-Shed Museum highlights the anti-slavery movement alongside its exhibition about modern public protests, including the Bristol bus boycott, and it holds the infamous, now toppled Colston statue. The exhibition points to the abolition campaign as the start of a British tradition of society campaigning for change. Today, the city I have proudly called home for 15 years, and part of which I am now immensely proud to represent here in Parliament, is beginning to take responsibility for its history and continuing to lead the way when it comes to demanding change. Like most of the other esteemed members making their maiden speeches, I got the library note advising me that my remarks should not be politically contentious or critical. And I must admit to having struggled a little with how to define that, given that I'm here first and foremost to demand and create change on behalf of my constituents. Yeah. In 1943, a slightly different shaped version of Bristol Central elected its first woman MP. I can applaud that landmark moment, though not Lady Apsley's reported radical right-wing conservatism, imperialist, racist and anti-Semitic views, or that she apparently considered women first and foremost as wives and mothers. She made her maiden speech to the Commons from her wheelchair, and it is widely reported defied convention by making a passionate appeal for the better treatment of disabled people. That's one thing that I can agree on with her, though I don't think championing disabled rights should ever be considered controversial, and I hope that in this Parliament it never will be. Nor do I think that a voting system that makes every vote count is an especially controversial proposition, and so I agree strongly too with another of my predecessors, Stephen Williams, the first Liberal Democrat ever to represent what was then Bristol West, who used his maiden speech to call for, as he put it, radical electoral reform, and for first past the post to be swept away and replaced with a system of fair votes. Now is a good moment to recognise the contribution made by my immediate predecessor, Thangam Debonair, to Parliament, including as Shadow Leader of the House of Commons, and I pay tribute to her work on behalf of Bristolians, particularly in support of the city's amazing creative industries as Shadow Secretary for Culture, Media and Sport. And to her groundbreaking move to hold what's believed to be the first ever constituency surgery for people on the autistic spectrum. Thank you, Thangam, for your service to the city.
Yeah, yeah.
What unites all these threads is the idea of speaking up for what we believe in, regardless of whether others might find it contentious, and regardless, too, of whether we are swimming against the popular tide. As an MP, I am determined to fully honour Bristol Central's history of doing exactly that, using my voice as a force for good, for real change and for real hope, to create a brighter future for my constituents and for us all, the kind of future which the King's Speech is an opportunity to build. That bright future depends on the government taking bold action to tackle inequality and poverty through measures such as lifting the two-child benefit cap, a mass council house building programme, and giving councils the power to keep private rents under control. Private rents in Bristol increased by 52% over the last decade, while wages haven't even increased by a quarter. This is an untenable situation, but one that around half my constituents find themselves in as private renters. That bright future I talked about depends on defending and restoring our public services, from hospitals to dentists to schools to youth services. And it means looking to restore the UK's reputation on the world stage. This is a reputation that has been sorely damaged by Brexit.
Here, here.
And I know I speak for the majority of Bristol Central when I say that we must be open and active in our efforts to rebuild stronger links with Europe and work eventually towards a future where the UK can rejoin the EU.
Here, here.
It is a reputation, too, that has been compromised by our government's refusal to clearly condemn the Israeli government's disproportionate response to the horrific terrorist attacks of 7th of October, and in particular by the UK's continuing arms sales for use against Palestinians in persistent breach of international law. I am clear that this must stop, and I'm clear, too, that demanding it should not be controversial. And finally, it is a reputation that has been seriously eroded in relation to climate action. As a councillor, I was responsible for proposing the UK's first climate emergency motion in autumn 2018, in another first for Bristol. I know what the climate science requires we get done in the lifetime of this Parliament, as this critical decade for the climate marches on. The brighter future we all want for our constituents and our country demands that we urgently secure a livable future. Our warming planet has just passed another milestone. For the first time, global temperatures were above the crucial 1.5 degrees limit for an entire year. I hope this House will agree with me. This is a first that we must all have a responsibility to try to ensure is also a last. The last government sought to break the climate consensus, to weaponise culture wars and to spread lies and misinformation about what a net zero future will be like. This government must reverse the damage and have the courage to show genuine climate leadership at this critical time in our planet's history. And I will stand with the government if they do that, but I won't be afraid to speak up where I think they might need to go a little faster. We have heard in the King's Speech a commitment to clean energy transition and public ownership of public transport, and I hope that more will be forthcoming across the weeks and months ahead of us. I stand ready to work across party lines to help secure the ambitious changes we need for our climate, our natural world, and to make the UK a fairer place. In fact, I've already begun this cross-party work, so a big thank you to the honourable members of other parties and none who have signed my amendment to the King's Speech already, and well done to those MPs whose own amendments and motions I have in turn supported. The challenges that we face together and which are faced daily by our constituents are too important for us to fall victim to political tribalism. As Bristol Central's many firsts illustrate, all of our choices today will become part of history. So as a Green MP, I feel that responsibility on my shoulders and will do everything I can to carry it responsibly and repay the enormous trust put in me by the people of Bristol Central. Thank you.
Yeah. Then to Mishra.
Thank you, Sir Christopher. Can I congratulate all the members who've made their maiden speech? In particular, I'd like to highlight I grew up in Bristol, so I wish the new member for Bristol Central well in her parliamentary career. Her predecessor was a good friend of mine, and I wish her well as well. I also want to congratulate the members for Ealing Southall, and I know she'll be very successful in delivering for her constituency. Her predecessor was is a very good friend of mine. I'm talking about him in the past tense, which I shouldn't. He continues to be a very good friend of mine. The friend for Doncaster East and Kensington, they all made excellent speeches. And I remember my time in 2020 making my maiden speech and how unnerving that was, and I congratulate all of them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of positive announcements. In fact, all of the announcements in the King's speech are positive. I'm so glad after 5 years on the opposition benches, Labour has transitioned into the government benches. And I wanted to congratulate the Shadow Secretary, well, no longer the Shadow Secretary, the Secretary of State for Defence, and now that he has taken government office. And I wanted to echo his remarks about serving personnel in the UK, but also abroad, that serve Britain, and also non-uniformed personnel who serve the UK within our borders, but also abroad. They make an enormous contribution, and everyone in the House should recognise that. I'm grateful to the people of Stockport for re-electing me as their Member of Parliament, as their Labour Member of Parliament. The constituency boundaries are slightly different, with Reddish coming in and the Manor Ward going into Hazel Grove constituency. And I want to place on record my thanks to all Labour activists, members and supporters for their commitment during the campaign and for returning me to the House of Commons. The issue I wanted to start with, Sir Christopher, is housing. Housing continues to be the single biggest issue that people contact me about. I also want to highlight that, sadly, Stockport Council is not part of the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework because the Liberal Democrats in Stockport, aligned with the Conservatives in Stockport, the councillors, voted together in December 2020 against Labour's proposal of joining Greater Manchester Spatial Framework. This means that now in Stockport we are massively behind on housing targets in the borough. When Stockport withdrew from GMSF, Greater Manchester Spatial Framework, the borough needed to build 793 homes per year. In September 2022, Place Northwest estimated that this figure had risen to almost 1,200 homes per year, and the council is scheduled to fall 6,000 homes short of its target. Now, we are in a housing emergency. I welcome the commitment from the Labour government of building 1.5 million homes and actually building affordable, decent housing for everyone. Stockport, in my view, is that Stockport does not need any more developments for investors. What it needs is houses for families, young people, so they get on the housing ladder and have the dignity and respect of safe housing. People are desperate for secure, safe and affordable homes, and far too many people are facing homelessness, being placed far from their families and support networks and schools outside of Stockport. I'm familiar with the case from last week that came into my office, and the person experiencing homelessness was offered a place to live in Birmingham, which is almost 100 miles away from Stockport, and that is simply not acceptable. Private landlords, many private landlords in Stockport and across the UK have ensured that renting is unaffordable for many. Bidding wars are taking place for properties, and it is vital that rents are controlled and rent caps are implemented, and I'd urge the government to go further. I also want to talk about healthcare. I think it's fantastic that the new health secretary, the former shadow health secretary, has met the British Dental Association. NHS dentistry is in crisis. I'm familiar with so many people in Stockport and across Greater Manchester who simply cannot even register with the NHS dentist, let alone get an appointment. And one of the first steps that the new Health Secretary made was to meet the British Dental Association, who have a long track record on campaigning for proper funding for NHS dentistry to make sure that people, regardless of their circumstances, are able to access high-quality dental care. I want to mention, Sir Christopher, a case of someone who contacted my office, and I'll read this from my paperwork. A young mother was unable to find an NHS dentist when pregnant, is distressed that she cannot access NHS dentistry for a new 6-month-old daughter. When she gets her first teeth, as she's on a waiting list for heart surgery at Alderhay Hospital, her daughter should be checked by dentists prior to surgery due to an increased risk of infection of the heart. Children with heart conditions need proactive dental care, and many parents are simply unable to pay for private dental care. Now, NHS dentistry is in crisis. I'm so pleased that the new Health Secretary and the new team at the Department of Health and Social Care is making the effort to make sure that we address this serious issue. Another issue related to healthcare is Stepping Hill Hospital in Stockport, which serves the borough of Stockport. It's not in my constituency, it's just over the border in Cheadle. But I raised this with the former Prime Minister just a few months ago. The state of Stepping Hill Hospital. The buildings are in desperate need for refurbishment and investment. We need capital investment going into Stepping Hill Hospital. And I also want to place, again, my thank you to the new Secretary of State regarding the announcement from his department regarding funding that will be coming to local hospitals, including Stepping Hill. This, Sir Christopher, is Labour in government making a real difference to people's lives. I won't take up too much of your time. Just two issues I wanted to mention quickly was railways. I want to thank the Friends of Reddish South Station for meeting with me on several occasions. I'll be campaigning to restore proper rail services to Reddish South Station, which has one service a week, and that's just simply not acceptable. I also want to see disabled access for all train stations in England, starting from my constituency, of course, Sir Christopher. We have Brimington Station, Heaton Chapel, and both stations, Reddish North and Reddish South, need proper disabled access. And we also need to invest in Stockport train station, which is quite old and worn out. Stockport Station is a wonderful asset. It offers services to London, Birmingham, Wales, and across England. In 2022 to 2023, passengers entered and exited Stockport Station a total of 3.2 million times. 3.2 million times. It is vital that our regional and national rail infrastructure is protected and invested. The station is dated, lifts are often faulty, and it's a poor experience for passengers and staff working at the station. The Great British Railways announcement from the Labour Party in the manifesto, but also the new Secretary of State for Transport, is welcome. Avanti, anyone who's travelled on Avanti will be familiar with the service that they offer to passengers. Everyone universally is unhappy with them. People who work for Avanti, people who travel on Avanti. The ticket prices are too expensive, the services are unreliable, and it's just a negative experience overall. Avanti is holding back regional growth for Greater Manchester. It's holding back people making the commute for business reasons or to meet family or friends. And Labour's plan for simplified and unified governance structure places passengers at the heart of the railway. The new government will bring train operators under public ownership and control, and I welcome that. The final point I'll make, Deputy Speaker, is on the Employment Rights Bill. We have far too many employers exploiting people and paying people poverty wages. We need to make sure that people get respectable wages so they can bring up their family with pride and they have the dignity of work. And the new bill announced in the King's speech will address that, and I welcome it. Thank you so much, Mr. Christopher.
I call Jim Allister to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Those other new members who have spoken today have set a very high bar in terms of maiden speeches, and I commend them for the delivery and the very cogent construction of their speeches. I come from representing the constituency of North Antrim, and therefore my first privilege is to thank the electors of North Antrim for placing their confidence in me, and of course I commend their wisdom. North Antrim is a constituency which is a magnificent blend of urban and rural. We have the county town of Ballymena, we have other main towns like Ballymoney and Ballycastle, and we have a great patchwork of villages and small towns like Bushmills, whose famous product some in this House may be familiar with, and other patchwork villages which have excelled in national competitions, Britain in Bloom and all of that, villages like Shane, Hockle, Cullybacky. So it's a wonderful place to represent. It is also a place of fantastic scenery, because of course we have the world-famous North Coast, and the crowning glory of that, of course, is the Giant's Causeway and Calgary Bridge and all of those magnificent places. And of course we have inland iconic tourist attractions like the Dark Hedges. And so I say to members of this House, if you've never been to North Antrim, then it's time to put that right. What's been keeping you, is my question to this House. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what was keeping me from representing North Antrim in this House was a 54-year dynasty of family and party. From June 1970, North Antrim was represented in this House by Ian Paisley, father and son. And I do today want to pay tribute to my predecessor for the considerable work that he did for his constituents of North Antrim. But it's a new era, it's a new start, and I am here with a very distinctive and particular message in regard to the future of Northern Ireland. There wasn't much in the King's speech about Northern Ireland, a couple of fleeting references. It was a disappointment to me that there was nothing to address the disenfranchising of the people of Northern Ireland. Let me explain. Those of you who come from England, Scotland and Wales come to this House as a Parliament which, in tandem with, if you have them, devolved institutions, which collectively can legislate for all the laws that govern your constituents. Sadly, we cannot say that about my constituents or any constituent in Northern Ireland, because in 300 areas of law, sovereignty over making those laws has been surrendered to a foreign parliament. We are now subject to the last government's protocol Windsor Framework arrangements, subject to the making of laws governing our trade, our agri-food industry, much of our economy, much of our environment, by laws that this House cannot make, that Stormont cannot make, but are made in a foreign parliament. And then, colony-like, are imposed upon Northern Ireland. Now, the Labour movement has a very proud history of opposition to colonialism. But this government inherits a position whereby it is presiding over a colonial situation of a foreign jurisdiction, administering laws, decreeing and legislating laws in a part of this kingdom. That is something that this government needs to address. And I'm not talking about trifling incidental laws. I'm talking about many laws that cut to the very heart of what it means to be a united kingdom and to be a part of that united kingdom. I refer to just one, and you'll find the 300 listed if you're interested in Annex 2 of the protocol that was foisted upon us. I refer to only one: the subjection of Northern Ireland to the EU's customs code. Now, what that means in practice is this: that GB, when it comes to sending goods, and you are our main source of supply, when you send goods from GB to our manufacturing industries in Northern Ireland, you're sending them according to the EU customs code from a foreign country, because Northern Ireland is decreed to be EU territory. Now, that is an unbearable constitutional and economic affront. And that is something that I say to this government. The Minister today talked about democracy, and the Minister, the Foreign Secretary, will go around this world advancing the cause of democracy. And yet in Northern Ireland we have a situation where laws governing so many vital aspects we cannot make and cannot change. That has to change. And it has to be changed by this House. That is the fundamental message that I bring from my constituents. And that's why I'm here, because my constituents will not, cannot, should not put up with that, just as the constituents of any member of this House would not put up with it. Thank you.
So we're now going to call Imran Hussain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I firstly start by saying it's an honour to speak on this very important debate on the second day, but also all those who have made their maiden speeches today. Mr. Speaker, can I thank them? And we've heard some excellent contributions from around the House, and in particular the Honourable Member for Ealing and Southall. Now, there was not much on occasion that her predecessor and I agreed and sometimes even disagreed, but one thing we were very agreed on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was the curry in Bradford is far superior than that in Southall. Something perhaps contentious. Birmingham's third. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but she used a really key word throughout the theme of her speech, which I think we could all do with reflecting much more on and using much more, which is diversity and the celebration of diversity. So let me start again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by welcoming all honourable members, all our new honourable members from across the House who have joined us today, and I think perhaps one of the most diverse parliaments, and I look forward to working with all of you. And I think it was the Honourable Member for East Doncaster and the Isle of Axholme. I didn't know there was an isle next to East Doncaster, actually, but we learned something new. And he said something that perhaps I think we can all take great note from, which is that whilst ending his speech, he said, I will end by saying, and maybe not in these words, it will be in Hansard, but he said, I will end by saying that I will stay true to the people of East Doncaster and come in. And if I could offer one word of advice to new honourable members, it would be that. Because this place can consume you, tragically, you know, where it has its positives, it does have its negatives. And sometimes, perhaps speaking truth to power is one of the most difficult things that we can do, and especially I remember as a new member. But I've always believed and championed that one should be free to speak, and we can agree to disagree, but we represent our constituents. You know, I was sent here, the Westminster did not send me to Bradford, the people of Bradford sent me here, and I will make sure that the people of Bradford are always heard. And I also say this, though, as a word of caution, it's not a blueprint to success necessarily as well, because sometimes for saying all the right things, one perhaps maybe doesn't succeed in the same way. But I believe that we should continue to be true to ourselves here. And sticking with diversity, I represent, like the Honourable Gentleman, the city, the beautiful city of Bradford. And I'm so grateful again to the people of Bradford for trusting me and sending me as their representative back down to Parliament. And Bradford is a diverse place where people from many different backgrounds have come together to call that their home. And I think, again, that is what gives the strength to the place. My own grandparents came to this country in the 60s, working in the textile mills, working long hours, working 7 days a week, sometimes 10 people sleeping in a room that barely could accommodate 3 or 4 people. But the journeys we've made from then are remarkable. And may God bless the soul of my granddad. May God give him the highest station in paradise. And may he continue, you know, if he was here today and saw the achievements that we've made, I think he would be very proud. And I think all of us have that job to do here, where we represent the constituents and we represent those journeys. But equally, Bradford is a place now that has suffered, Mr Deputy Speaker. In the last 14 years, the poverty and deprivation that I have seen on the streets of Bradford is perhaps unprecedented. And the reality remains that the last Tory government spent 14 years crippling our economy, creating a crisis in our NHS, following crime, allowing crime to rise, polluting our rivers, breaking our housing market, letting wages stagnate and persecuting minorities. So for families in my constituency, Mr Deputy Speaker, this King's Speech, they have a lot to feel positive about. With the implementation, like my honourable friend for Middlesbrough, who's not in his place now, said, with the implementation of our transformative New Deal for working people to strengthen people's rights at work, boost wages and tackle bad employers, we can make work pay after years of Tory pay stagnation. With the establishment of the Great British Energy to cut household energy bills and the plans to boost wealth creation in our communities, we can tackle the cost of living crisis that so many families continue to face. With the return of rail operators to public ownership and plans to bring buses under public control, we can ensure that public transport serves passengers, not private company shareholders. With investment in proper neighbourhood policing and named officers for every community, something that I have long championed, we can cut crime, tackle antisocial behaviour and keep our streets safe. And with the delivery of more healthcare in our communities and improvements to our NHS, we can tackle the stark health inequalities that continue to blight communities in Bradford, but also in constituencies up and down the country. Yet it should have gone much further, because failing to scrap the two-child limit affecting 3 in 5 households in Bradford, it means it will not tackle rampant child poverty. The government yesterday launched a task force to work on a new child poverty strategy, but this task force is guaranteed to reach at least one conclusion and make at least one recommendation, and that is that child poverty is entrenched by the two-child limit and that it must be scrapped. So I urge ministers not to kick the can down the road to a time where they will have to scrap the limit anyway, and to instead stop the delay, scrap it now and lift children out of poverty today, not in 6 months' time, not in a year's time. Mr Deputy Speaker, after the last Tory government stood by as clear violations of international law were carried out, re-emphasising in the King's Speech the commitment to the values of human rights and the rule of law is an important step by the government. But if we want to regain the UK's global leadership on these issues, then we cannot do so without upholding our responsibilities under international law. That includes fulfilling obligations to abide by and protect the independence of the International Criminal Court, as well as supporting the International Court of Justice and upholding numerous charters, treaties, conventions and resolutions. The government must therefore immediately drop the baseless legal challenge over the ICC's jurisdiction and the arrest warrants sought by the Chief Prosecutor for Benjamin Netanyahu and others, and reject all attempts to impede the ICC's work. As the Foreign Secretary knows, I recently visited the ICC in The Hague with my honourable friend, the member for Leeds East, to present evidence of Israeli war crimes gathered over months of meetings with witnesses and experts to the Chief Prosecutor's team and to meet human rights organisations. And what was clear from these organisations was just how concerned they were over the lack of UK involvement in such an important case. So I urge the government again to back the ICC's efforts to secure justice for all victims of war crimes. And if the government doesn't get this right, if it strays from upholding international law, then it puts the whole international rules-based order at risk. And it perpetuates double standards that effectively mean one life is not always valued the same as another. The UK has an absolute duty to challenge these double standards, to make it clear that everyone is afforded the same protections, and to prove that international law institutions and UN resolutions actually mean something. And the government must do this in Palestine, but also places like Kashmir too, where they must uphold UN resolutions that sit gathering dust after more than 7 decades and grant the sons and daughters of Kashmir their birthright to self-determination. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's important that the government declared that the UK will play its part in trying to secure long-term peace in the Middle East. But, as has been mentioned by a number of honourable members, with such death and destruction, a few lines about trying for peace, frankly, isn't enough. Close to 40,000 men, women and children have been killed, while countless more have been injured. Homes, schools, mosques, churches and hospitals have been levelled and reduced to rubble. Almost 2 million Palestinians have been displaced from their homes and forced to flee their lives. Gaza remains under siege, with insufficient food, water, medicine or fuel reaching those in need. And the Israeli military continues to bomb, shoot and kill Palestinian civilians in direct violation of international law. A catastrophic humanitarian nightmare is taking place in Gaza, and the Foreign Secretary may now call for an immediate ceasefire. But mistrust and uncertainty means the King's Speech should have made it an ironclad commitment. It should have redoubled efforts to deliver desperately needed humanitarian aid to Gaza. It should have made clear that the sale of arms to the Israeli military will be ended in line with international law. It should have made the UK's opposition to the collective punishment of the Palestinians clear and demanded an end to the siege of Gaza. And instead of just recommitting to the two-state solution, it should have set out the immediate recognition of a viable state of Palestine. That's what we needed to see from the King's Speech yesterday, and that's why I tabled an amendment with my honourable friend, the member for Coventry South, to set out that position clearly. Mr Deputy Speaker, after 14 years of the Tories, the King's Speech is a strong start to undo the damage they caused, and it has my support. But there is much work to be done, and I will continue to press the government to get the best results for my constituents, because it is my constituents who sent me down here, and their voice will be heard.
Before calling the next speaker, can I express my disappointment that self-regulation doesn't seem to have worked? And one of the consequences of self-regulation not working is that you get that situation of collective punishment to which the honourable gentleman was referring. Can I make one more plea that we try and self-regulate and perhaps limit ourselves to 4 or 5 minutes for the rest of this debate? And I'm going to call Cameron Thomas to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, an honour to follow the honourable member for Bradford East and his impassioned words. If I could address you directly, if you'll oblige me, and indeed to the other members staking their claim to Britain's best curry, it would be an honour on behalf of the people of Tewkesbury to join you in sampling great curry and determining a champion. On a more sombre note, I'm grateful that during the King's Speech there is a commitment for a strategic defence review. I'd like to remind the House that in 2016 the Russian president deployed a chemical weapon on the streets of Salisbury. The lives of Sergei and Yulia Skripal were changed forever, as was the life of a courageous police officer, and a young mother lost her life. Today, in 2024, the Russian war machine deploys chemicals again on the battlefields of Europe. I do hope that the Strategic Defence Review will give due impetus to the renewed chemical threat. Thank you. I once held the honour of leading a parade at the Meningate ceremony in Ypres. commemorating those who gave their lives in some of the most vicious battles of World War I. I've had the honour to call the salute at the National Cenotaph here in Westminster, and it's an honour in equal standing to deliver my maiden speech to this House on behalf of the people of Tewkesbury. I follow a proud lineage of armed forces service, which includes my two brothers and did my great-grandfather, Petty Officer Supply Charles Trenchard, who gave his life aboard HMS Illustrious in World War II. I first moved to Tewkesbury 16 years into my own military career, with a Royal Air Force assignment at Imjin Barracks, so named after the Battle of the Imjin River, fought by the glorious Gloucesters in 1951, whilst outnumbered 18-1. Tewkesbury's quaint Cotswold villages and towns, crowned by our beautiful abbey, now make for an idyllic environment to raise my darling daughter. And should any member of this House wish to don armour and join me at Europe's largest annual medieval festival, then you would all be very welcome. I pay tribute to my predecessor, the Honourable Lawrence Robertson, a Lancastrian who made North Gloucestershire his home and represented Tewkesbury for 27 years, winning at 7 consecutive general elections. My defeat of this particular Lancastrian, I must say, was not in keeping with the traditions set in 1471 by the Yorkists at the Battle of Tewkesbury. It was an altogether more peaceful affair, and I found Lawrence to be dignified and humble as the result became clear. Indeed, the closest thing to weaponry on show that morning were the daggers being stared at me by one member of his entourage, which I must admit I thoroughly enjoyed. In defeating my predecessor, I become the first non-conservative member of Parliament in Tewkesbury since 1885. The weight of history bears heavily, yet pales alongside the responsibility. The only other time I've been elected in any capacity was by my fellow officer cadets on Initial Officer Training Course 60 at RAF College, Cranwell, to represent them to the college commandant, a one-star officer. Immediately following that vote, my squadron leader, Craig Goll, brought me to his office, swore that I was his man, but practically force-fed me his Debrett's Guide to Etiquette and begged me not to end his career. 6 years on, he's no longer in the RAF, though I'm unaware of any connection. For my own part, I also had to hand in my uniform, once it became clear that the changes so desperately needed by our most courageous and selfless public servants must take place within this House. Our country finds itself at a crossroads. The climate emergency presents an existential threat to humankind and to the ecosystems which support life on this planet. We must collectively and decisively turn to face this threat now and export bold leadership to our neighbours across the world. The future is in the hands of our young people, and we must equip them today so that they can apply their energy to the challenges of tomorrow. But we cannot expect young people to engage in their political future when the curriculum does not enable them to do so, and whilst an imbalanced education system denies so many the opportunities of the privileged few. Neurodiverse children are let down by a neurotypical education system built by neurotypical people for neurotypical people. If we are to unlock the challenges of tomorrow with diversity of thought, then we must harness the opportunity of neurodiversity. Finally, trust in politics has never been more fragile. It is the responsibility of all of us to restore public faith in our political institutions. I invite my fellows in this chamber to renew UK politics through respectful discourse, regardless of our differences, and by dedicating this parliamentary term to public service. Voters will only engage with politics if they feel that their vote has value. We must transition to an electoral system of proportional representation. On behalf of the people of Tewkesbury, thank you.
I call Kirsty McNeill to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I start by congratulating the members for Ealing Southall, for Doncaster East, for Kensington and Bayswater, for Bristol Central and for Tewkesbury for their maiden speeches, and say what an honour it was to be in this chamber hearing from our new Defence Secretary, but also the Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield, who I've worked with on the cause of internationalism for many years. And I'm conscious, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the honour and the privilege that being a Member of Parliament represents. Recent events in the United States of America remind us that we must never let violence or the threat of it undermine our politics. And that I speak today in a chamber bearing the coats of arms of Sir David Amess and our beloved friend Joe Cox is a reminder of the nobility and fragility of our democracy. And I will always endeavour to fulfil my duties with the same open heart that they both displayed. Honourable members will know that I have many distinguished predecessors as Midlothian's representative, not least William York Gladstone. His Midlothian campaign is remembered, of course, as the first truly modern political campaign, and I hope we continued that tradition somewhat in recent weeks. Although I don't think any of the Midlothian candidates could claim to have inspired the same hysteria at our public meetings, with people having to be passed over the heads of the crowd when fainting as if dead. But the Midlothian campaign is also remembered as a moment where choices were made about the obligations of international solidarity. In Pennycook, we have a memorial to the prisoners of war who died there during the Napoleonic Wars, bearing the inscription, "All men are brethren," something I hope we can hold on to as we seek to have the UK be a force for good in the world. Mr Deputy Speaker, it was only 2 weeks ago today that I was elected Member of Parliament for Midlothian. In that time, I have had cause to reflect deeply on the spirit of public service which animates the staff at Midlothian Council, who administered our election, the officials at the Scotland Office, where I am now privileged to serve, and the parliamentary staff who have welcomed us with such professionalism. And it was that spirit too which called my predecessor Owen Thompson to public life, first as a Midlothian councillor and then as our Member of Parliament, and latterly as a Privy Councillor serving the whole nation. His support for constituents and our many wonderful community groups will never be forgotten, and I sincerely hope I can be of assistance as he continues his work advocating for veterans and for miners. And it is impossible, of course, to be the Member of Parliament for Midlothian and fail to remind the House of that proud mining heritage. I hope fellow trade unionists in this House will watch the inspiring footage of civil rights hero and actor Paul Robeson visiting Midlothian and singing Joe Hill for our miners. I hope too to welcome many fellow members to Midlothian to visit our many mining memorials, including the newest one in Dalkeith, bearing the unforgettable description, "They spent their lives in the dark so that others might have light." Mine workers from Midlothian and across our coalfields powered this country, and I'm delighted that our Labour manifesto committed to ending the injustice of the mine workers' pension scheme and to improper investigation of events at Orgrave. Some months ago, I hosted an event in Midlothian and I asked participants to say what had inspired their activism. One man, Bill, said he was there because when he was growing up in Newton Grange, they had a mine, and now they have a mining museum. That was said in a spirit of reflection, but not nostalgia, because people in Midlothian are looking to the future, seeking the industries and sectors which can play the same role in progress in the next century that mining played in the last. In particular, let me commend all the world-leading scientists working in Midlothian at the Roslin Institute and associated organisations. I'm sure that they would also acknowledge that whatever their individual brilliance, none of them would be where they are without the science teachers whose inspiration first lit a spark in young minds. We are all of us products of the investments made in us as children. And it is to Midlothian's children and young people that I want to make my most solemn undertakings. If you have disabilities or additional needs, you are among my most precious constituents. If you are care experienced, you will always have a friend and a champion in me. And if you find that your life chances are diminished by poverty or discrimination, then it is by my contribution to helping you realise your limitless potential that I wish my time as your MP to be judged. As colleagues may know, I have spent much of my time working with and advocating for children. In that capacity, I would often say good and bad childhoods follow people around forever. The reason I know this to be true is because my mother's own experiences of the care system, something that inspired her adult commitment to the Children's Panel and fierce advocacy for families in crisis. She taught me so much about fighting for fairness. More than anything, however, both she and my father taught me about disagreeing well. While we have been on different sides of the constitutional divide, our family, I humbly suggest, holds something of a lesson for Scotland as a whole. it is possible, indeed it is necessary, to approach disagreement with a spirit of curiosity and care. The birthplace of the Enlightenment deserves nothing less.
I call Ellie Chowns to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to be called to make my maiden speech during this debate, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Midlothian for her passionate advocacy of children and young people. I'd like to congratulate all of the other new members, especially those who have made their maiden speeches today. Some really excellent contributions. And I'd like to warmly thank all of the staff of the House who've made us feel so welcome here and helped us all to find our feet. I'm particularly pleased to be called to speak in this debate which focuses on foreign affairs and defence, having spent my own career working in the field of international development and indeed having served in the European Parliament. These are issues that are very close to my heart, and I'll be taking a close eye, following them with a close eye during the period of this Parliament. But I'd like to focus my remarks today on North Herefordshire, my constituency. It's been my home for over 20 years, and it's an incredible honour and privilege to be standing here today as the first woman MP from the county of Herefordshire. I'd like to thank the voters of North Herefordshire for putting their faith and trust in me. During my campaign, I promised to work my socks off to represent and serve the people of my constituency. And having arrived here in this House, I've been delighted to discover that the House of Commons gift shop stocks socks in a delightfully fitting shade of green, so I have no fear of running short while I work them off in this place. I reiterate my pledge to my constituents to do everything within my power to repay the trust they've put in me and to represent and serve them well. Before I go further, I would like to honour the tradition of paying tribute to my predecessor, Sir Bill Wigan. He served as the MP for North Herefordshire for 23 years, and I'd like to recognise his long years of service and his contributions indeed to local improvements such as the installation of the lift at Leominster Station, something that was referred to by another member earlier, and as an example of the sort of improvement that makes such a difference to people's day-to-day lives and is key to being a good constituency MP. Our party politics may be very different, but as a former Shadow Minister for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, he proudly championed North Herefordshire and its farmers. Indeed, Sir Bill is famously fond of Hereford cattle and featured them prominently on his literature and his parliamentary letterhead. I wish him all the best as he enjoys spending more time on his farm and with his family, and I want to thank him for his long service in this House. North Herefordshire is one of the largest constituencies in England. It's an hour's drive east to west from the Malvern Hills to the Welsh border, and an hour's drive north to south from Shropshire nearly all the way down to Ross, the birthplace of British tourism. And I'm clearly going to be competing with other members of this House in inviting members here to visit our delightful constituencies to sample their touristic delights. North Herefordshire is rightly famed for its bustling market towns of Ledbury and Leominster, Bromyard and Kington, for its distinctive black and white villages, its people and its produce. It includes 2 of the UK's 46 national landscapes, the Malvern Hills and the Wye Valley. And so the landscape is indeed gloriously green. Running along the southern boundary of the constituency is the stunning River Wye, about which I shall have more to say shortly. Farming is, of course, central to life in North Herefordshire, and our county is famous for both its cattle and its apples. Since my predecessor made it his business to promote the cattle, I will take this opportunity to talk up our Herefordshire apples, which, although honourable members from Somerset may wish to debate this, undoubtedly produce the finest cider in the country. Indeed, it is one of my ambitions while in this House to introduce some of my county's most famed beverage into the aforementioned House of Commons gift shop. But it's not just the landscape and the produce that make North Herefordshire special. It's the people. And one of the immense privileges of becoming involved in politics has been the opportunity to get to know the multitude of local institutions, charities, community groups and thriving businesses that make up our community. The people of North Herefordshire are creative, innovative, entrepreneurial and deeply caring. It's impossible to mention all who deserve it, but perhaps I can give you a flavour by highlighting some of them. The creativity of the recent Ledbury Poetry Festival, the innovation exemplified by the Wye Valley Brewery's approach to energy efficiency, the entrepreneurialism of award-winning food businesses like Peter Cook's Bread and my son's favourite place to eat, the Beefy Boys, home of officially the best burger in the UK, and the care exemplified by St Michael's Hospice, by Echo, a local charity that's very close to my heart, and by innumerable other charities and community groups. The people of North Herefordshire are what makes the place so special, and they are why I am here. In my election campaign, I focused on 3 issues in particular: renewing our economy, repairing our NHS, and restoring our rivers. And I'd like to say a few words on each of these topics here. First, renewing our economy. This is urgent. The cost of living crisis has hit many people very hard indeed. Fuel poverty is a real issue in my constituency, where the combination of relatively low wages and a particularly hard-to-heat housing stock makes home insulation an urgent priority. I will be pressing the new government hard to take the urgent action we need to ensure that every home is an affordable home and a warm home. For too long, the previous government neglected the opportunities offered by the green economic transformation, and I very much hope that this new government will not make the same mistake. The King's speech indicated some very welcome steps in the right direction, but we do need to do more to renew and rebuild our economy on a sustainable basis, one that is compatible with the challenge of climate change that so many members here have said that they recognise. As will already be clear to this House, a key area of interest for me is housing. The green policy, the right home in the right place at the right price, will be the guiding principles for my colleague and I as we scrutinise the new government's proposals on planning. The country desperately needs new homes, especially social housing, and it's vital that they are accompanied by the right infrastructure so that health, education and transport services aren't put under yet more strain. It's also crucial to ensure that new houses are built to the highest possible energy efficiency standards. It's so much cheaper to do this now than to have to retrofit them later on down the line. And considering we enjoy an average of 8 hours a day sunshine in my glorious constituency, I hope the House will forgive in advance that I will be repeatedly making the case for every single new building, every building in North Herefordshire and indeed in the country, to be fitted with solar panels ready to harness that sunshine. It's frankly extraordinary that we still build new houses without solar panels on top. So I assure colleagues and my constituency that I will work my socks off in this House to bring forward the policies that will deliver sustainable prosperity by renewing our economy. Another issue of great concern to my constituents is the urgent need to repair our NHS and nurse it back to health, and the urgent need to invest in the local public services that we all rely on. Far too often, on the doorsteps and in the village halls of my constituency, I've heard stories of people who have been waiting far too long for the urgent treatment that they need. And far too often, I've heard concerns expressed about the potholes that are perhaps the most visible symptom of underinvestment in local government. We need real change. We need an end to the way in which our local NHS and Herefordshire Council have been starved of cash. We need funding to match the level of local need. We need a return to multi-year funding settlements for local government, for both revenue and capital, to allow councils to plan long-term for the infrastructure and the services that are needed. We need more investment in preventive healthcare services. We need to show our wonderful, public-spirited NHS staff how much we value them, not just with warm words and applause, but with training bursaries and with salaries that keep pace with inflation. And this Parliament really must address social care. For too long, this has been a political hot potato that no one wants to touch, and I confess I was somewhat disappointed to see no mention of this crucial topic in the King's speech. I believe mechanisms such as a citizens' assembly on social care could really help us move forward on this vital area with cross-party agreement, and I look forward to working with colleagues on this and other measures to help repair our NHS and public services. Finally, let me turn to a topic that is very close to my heart and to that of my constituents, the need to restore our rivers back to good health. I've already extolled the virtues of the beautiful River Wye, which forms the southern boundary of my constituency. It's an integral part of the landscape and was voted the nation's favourite river in 2010. But the ecological health of this much-loved river and its tributaries, including the Lug, the Arrow and the Froome, is under threat, in particular due to phosphate pollution. Last year, Natural England officially downgraded its condition to unfavourable declining. The Lug catchment has been subjected to a planning moratorium since 2019 due to excess phosphate levels. There's good understanding of the causes of the problem in my constituency, primarily agricultural runoff, with the recent major expansion of the industrial poultry industry clearly playing a key role. For too long, our rivers have unfortunately been effectively treated as free sewers, and this cannot continue. Businesses cannot free ride on the natural world. Companies must not profit from pollution. Local campaigners have done an excellent job of highlighting the condition of the river, and there's now a great deal of goodwill among all players. What we need now is a supportive government that will take the action needed to enforce pollution rules and invest in genuine solutions. Because we know that restoring the river, and indeed all of our rivers across the country, goes hand in hand with renewing our economy. Indeed, sectors such as tourism and the construction industry depend on it. Farmers have a key role to play in this restoration, and indeed in nature restoration across the whole country. Living on a farm myself, I'm particularly inspired by the fact that so many farmers are themselves leading the transition towards more nature-friendly farming. I will be a voice for those farmers in this House, calling for the investment that farmers need to ensure that we can grow more good, healthy, affordable food in the UK in a way that generates and protects good jobs and protects nature and the health of the soil and the water on which all life ultimately depends. So in closing, I would like to say that I believe in the politics of cooperation. I believe we can do more if we work together rather than against each other. I believe we can do more if we focus on our areas of common ground rather than our disagreements. And I know that people in my constituency and across the country want to see a better sort of politics. That's why I am a passionate supporter of a fair voting system so that everyone's vote counts equally. And so I pledge to my constituents and to all other members of this House, I will work with you together to find that common ground. I look forward to working my socks off with you, together with you, to renew our economy, to repair our NHS and to restore our rivers. And in doing so, I hope that together we can create real change and rebuild trust in politics. Thank you.
Well, we're slightly running out of time now, so I'm going to ensure that our two remaining maiden speakers get in, and then I would just, obviously there'll be no time limit on them, but I would urge them to think of other colleagues, and I'll try and get in as many people as possible, but I'm afraid we are slightly running out of time because there's been some quite long speeches. So the next person I'm calling is Martin McCluskey, a maiden speech.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak today in this debate and to follow the Honourable Member for North Herefordshire, who spoke with such passion in her speech, and the many other Honourable Members who have spoken in the Chamber this afternoon. Like many in this Chamber, I am a member for a new constituency. Inverclyde in Renfrewshire West stretches along the Clyde coast and takes in the coastal communities of Inverkip, Wemyss Bay, Gourock, Greenock and Port Glasgow before moving inland to the villages of Kilmacombe, Quarriers, Bridgeweir and Houston, as well as Crossley and Craigends. My constituency has a proud history of looking outward around the world, from producing the ships that contributed to our maritime defence and providing the base for the Free French Navy during World War II, and more recently continuing that idea of giving people refuge by contributing to the Ukrainian refugee and resettlement programme. It is also, and people will not be surprised to hear me say this, a beautiful part of the world, and I know it's a bit of a tradition for members to say their constituency is the most beautiful in the country, and I don't intend to disappoint this afternoon. So Inverclyde and Renfrewshire West is the most beautiful constituency in the country, but it's not the beauty of our surroundings that I'm most proud of. It's the resilience, the kindness and the determination of our people. I have the privilege of representing the place where I was born, raised and where I continue to live. And I see every day what people achieve together for the benefit of the community. In Gourock, which I also have the pleasure to represent on Inverclyde Council, the Bowl and a Blether group at St John's Church grew out of the cost of living crisis, but is now a regular event where people from all walks of life can come together for a chat and a warm meal. In Port Glasgow, Parklee branching out provides opportunities to people to develop their skills and talents through horticulture. They've gone from strength to strength since they opened in 1997. I had the pleasure earlier in the year to see how they were investing to expand their work. In Greenock, the Inverclyde Shed has redeveloped an old industrial building to create a space for people to, in their words, meet, make, grow and share. And in Bridge of Weir, just last weekend, I visited the Bridge Community Centre, set up with a simple purpose, to provide a post office for the village, but now providing a shop and community space right on the high street. Our people bring our communities to life. They look out for each other and they rarely ask for anything in return. The Prime Minister has spoken about a government of service, and it is the people of my constituency who I look to as the best example of what service really means. In the last Parliament, these wonderful people and places were represented by two members, Ronnie Cowan for Inverclyde and Gavin Newlands for Paisley and Renfrewshire North, which covered the villages of Bridge of Weir and Houston. Both of them served their constituents with distinction. And I want to pay a particular tribute to Ronnie Cowan, who was my opponent in 3 elections. He will be remembered fondly in Inverclyde for his important campaigning in the last Parliament to improve treatment and support for people affected by drug addiction, a problem that emerges from the hopelessness that so many people feel today. That hopelessness has its roots in decisions made decades ago that still scar many of our communities. Today, we live with the consequences of the loss of much of our shipbuilding industry and the failure to find a sustainable replacement for those jobs. One of my predecessors, Norman Godman, described shipbuilding and engineering as the economic backbone of Greenock and Port Glasgow in his maiden speech in 1983. But today, only around 7% of those at work in my constituency are employed in a manufacturing business. This was an issue that was raised by another of my predecessors, Ian Mackenzie, who led a debate on manufacturing in this place almost a decade ago. It's disappointing, therefore, that under the last government we have not seen the progress that was called for. The measures announced yesterday will begin the work of changing that. GB Energy and the plans the government has for a national wealth fund are as important for reducing our dependence on foreign energy reserves as they are for providing opportunities here at home. I welcome the ambition of the government's plans. They are putting the brakes on the approach that says that decline is inevitable. For my constituency, government working in partnership with energy companies, with shipyards and with advanced manufacturers, including the defence sector, can bring prosperity back to the Clyde. And I was encouraged to hear the Secretary of State earlier lay out how defence and the defence industries will be crucial and central to the government's agenda for growth. Mr Deputy Speaker, we know that industries like shipbuilding didn't just provide people with a source of employment and income. They gave them strong relationships, dignity, pride and a sense that the future offered promise and opportunity rather than decline and despair. As a boy, I learned this from my grandfather, who was the union treasurer at Scott's Shipyard in Greenock. Work and the trade union movement provided him with a route out of poverty, the ability to provide for his family, and the chance to ensure that his children and grandchildren could see their living standards increase generation after generation. That's what good work does for people and for communities. And that is why investing in the jobs of the future must go hand in hand with ensuring people's rights at work. The New Deal for working people will provide the certainty of well-paid work underpinned by strong rights and protections. And across Inverclyde and Renfrewshire West, there are already examples of manufacturing businesses trading internationally that are offering high-quality and unionised jobs. Bridge of Weir Leather, who have produced the leather for these benches that we're sitting on this afternoon, are a family-run business trading around the world from my constituency. Or James Walker Duvall, an engineering firm with a decades-long history in Inverclyde, are producing advanced plastics for the oil and gas and renewable sector from their factory in Gourock. The Chancellor has set out her ambition for sustainable growth that includes every part of the country, because she knows what every Labour Chancellor and every Labour government has understood, that economic growth in every part of Britain and a strong economy allows us to pay for the services our communities so desperately need. Mr Deputy Speaker, I spoke earlier about my family and my grandparents' ambition that their children should do better than they did. I want to close by saying something about the people who taught me the values that led me here, and those who then encouraged me to put those values in the service of my community through politics. My grandmother was born in 1914 and in the early 1930s made her first trip to London to enter domestic service for the man who was then the owner of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. She sent the money she made back home to help her mother raise 12 children in a 2-room flat on Rouen Street in Greenock. Now, within 2 generations, her grandson has found his own way to London to sit in the House of Commons, and like all new members, none of us have achieved this alone. My family and community taught me the values that led me into public service. My parents, neither of whom unfortunately lived long enough to see this, gave me the kind of start in life that I want to see for every child. And I was lucky to know 2 members of this House who demonstrated for me the best of what public service has to offer. The first was the former member for Glasgow East, Margaret Curran, who has had a lifelong commitment to public service and taught me the cut and thrust of Scottish politics. And for anyone who hasn't realised, there's a lot of cut and thrust in Scottish politics. And the second was the former member for Inverclyde, David Cairns, who I know was loved by many in this House. David was a model MP who worked hard for all his constituents and who built his reputation on delivering for people in our community. As a gay man in politics 20 years ago, he showed me that who you loved shouldn't be a barrier to holding elected office. It is often said that you can't be what you can't see, and if it was not for David Cairns and the model he set, I know I would not be standing here today with my soon-to-be husband watching from the gallery above. In everything I do in this place, I will work to live up to their example and to the values of the people and community that raised me. Thank you.
Maiden Speaker John Cooper.
Speaker. And thank you to the member for Inverclyde and Renfrewshire West for an excellent maiden speech. It's difficult to follow, marred only, if I may say gently, by the fact that he didn't reference 2 of his most famous constituents, not William Kidd the pirate, but my mother, who was born in Houston. Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you to you for indulging me and allowing me to take part in these important debates at the dawn of this new Parliament, and thank you to my colleagues for their wise counsel and their help as I take my first steps here in the cockpit of democracy. Defence is the #1 task of any government. We've heard that today already, and I am proud that my constituency, Dumfries and Galloway, has many fine young men and women currently in our armed forces and many gallant veterans who have served on air, sea and land. And of course, like every constituency represented here, Dumfries and Galloway has many people working in the UK's world-class defence industry, which deserves our support. I do worry about using the expression punching above our weight in relation to our armed forces. A British Major General who served with distinction in Afghanistan and who knew a lot more about conflict and about boxing than I do said that that's a recipe for getting knocked out as soon as that bell rings. Firstly, let me pay tribute to my predecessor, Alistair Jack. Let me be clear here that while such praise is customary on these occasions, I offer tribute not out of duty, but of genuine respect and admiration. As a special advisor, I had a front row seat for Alistair's tour de force performance as the Secretary of State for Scotland. Under his leadership, the small but perfectly formed, not unlike myself, the Scotland office was a bantamweight bazooka, bang on target for the people of Scotland on issues including equality, the independence debate, and the benighted A75 and A77 roads that are so crucial to Dumfries and Galloway. I hope I can learn the lessons learned from the master, learned at the feet of the master, for the betterment of Dumfries and Galloway. I got the finest start possible there, and I want to make sure others get the same chances. Only through marrying the talent and aspiration which abound in the southwest of Scotland with opportunity can we defeat that blight on all rural areas, depopulation. We need the 3 J's: jobs, jobs, jobs. We have much work to do to make ours a go-to destination, not a go-through. Blessed with a balmy climate, we are home to some of the country's finest dairy herds. Our unspoiled landscape is a tourism dream. The terrain, for instance, around Newton Stewart and Minnigaff, is ideal for cycling. The Merrick, Cairnsmore of Fleet and the Galloway Hills are a delight for hikers. Stroll on the beach at Killintringan, and I'll help Hansard with the spelling later, on the rugged Rins Peninsula, You'll probably have the Golden Strand all to yourself. You'll see our Northern Irish friends in this great union just 14 miles distant. Dumfries itself, astride the mighty Nith, is rightly lauded as the Queen of the South. Erudite Wigton is Scotland's national book town, and there I picked a copy of If, arguably the finest work by Rudyard Kipling. His lines, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat these two impostors just the same, resonate now, there on the government benches where Labour are having a moment in the sun, but also here where the blue flame of conservatism gutters in the storm, burns low, but it does not go out. Many suppose If to be about Kipling's son, John, tragically killed serving with the Irish Guards in the Great War. In fact, it was inspired by Leander Starr Jameson, who grew up in my hometown of Stranraer, after his father took editorship of the Wigtonshire Free Press. This venerable newspaper is still in circulation, and I got my first and last journalism jobs there as a trainee reporter and latterly as editor. Jameson led a daring raid against the South African Republic in 1896, and there is perhaps something in the pristine waters of the southwest of Scotland which instills a resilience and self-reliance in its people. For John Paul Jones, father of the United States Navy, was also a native Gallovidian. Jones unfortunately went pirate on us in the American Revolution. Locked in mortal combat with the Royal Navy off Flamborough Head in 1779, he is reputed to have said, "Surrender, I have not yet begun to fight." I am proud then to have been elected to represent the redoubtable people of Dumfries and Galloway, inheritors of Jameson's alacrity, Jones's never-say-die attitude, both vital in today's febrile times. In conclusion, Bonnie Galloway has a storied past and, I am determined, a bright future, and I shall endeavour, as Kipling didn't quite put it, to keep the head. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well, I intend to call the wind-ups shortly after 4:30, so some very short speeches now to try and get everybody in. Remember, the short speeches are the best. The Gettysburg Address was only 4 minutes, and Richard Bergen, I know, will set an example.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to the Honourable Gentleman on his maiden speech there, and congratulations to every single member that's made an honourable maiden speech today, and in particular to my Labour colleagues who now join us as we're here in government. And it's a great pleasure to give this speech on the second day of the King's Speech debate, welcoming the first King's Speech under a Labour government for so long. And it makes me reflect on so much of the opportunity that we now have to deliver the change that people not only need, but the change that people in our communities deserve after 14 years of Conservative misrule. Because we gather in this House at the end of a period of nearly 15 years that ended seeing more branches of food banks in this country than there are branches of McDonald's, with record numbers on NHS waiting lists, with 4 million children living in poverty in this, the sixth richest economy on earth, rivers literally full of sewage, and real wages lower than they were back in 2008. And that's before we get on to the shameful history of corrupt crony contracts and MPs lining their pockets with second, third, fourth and fifth jobs. And I'm glad that our government's going to be making progress by making an announcement very shortly about second jobs for MPs. And when we look at this King's Speech, we see 40 bills which can initiate a decade of national renewal. I particularly, as a former trade union lawyer, want to welcome the New Deal for working people. For too long in this country, we've seen workers treated like they don't matter. We all saw what happened at P&O, where decent, hard-working people were marched off their workplace, marched off their ferry by balaclavaed trained security guards and treated like dirt by that very wealthy company. We're seeing as well the announcement of bringing rail back into public ownership after so long, and the exciting announcement about giving local councils greater powers to develop their own bus services. That's so important for our communities. If there's one thing that runs through the history of our party, it's the fact that we deliver best when we recognise that there's some things in life, some things in society, some things in the economy more important than the pursuit of profits, and that's the good of people and the good of public services. That's what helped us to found our National Health Service, our party's proudest achievement in government, and something that we really need to raise to the challenge of securing a great future for it under this Labour government. As I was pleased, as I say, to see measures to ban MPs' second jobs. And indeed, I brought a bill in the last Parliament. I drafted a bill to ban MPs' second jobs. Funnily enough, the Conservative government rejected that bill again and again. I do wonder why. So now we have a real opportunity to deliver the change that people need, the change that people deserve. I couldn't be prouder to have been re-elected to represent my community of Leeds East in this Parliament for the 4th time. I was particularly pleased to welcome into the new enlarged constituency the proud communities of Garforth, of Swillington and of Little Preston as well. And it's great to be working with people locally to improve public services under Labour government and to deliver the change that people need. Before I conclude this curtailed speech, I just want to raise two particular issues. I very much welcome the government's announcement yesterday of a child poverty task force. That's a real important step forward. What we need is, of course, a long-term strategy on this, given 4 million children are living in poverty in the 6th richest country on earth. But I would say that implementing a strategy doesn't mean that we can't take immediate action now, because every child poverty expert says that scrapping the 2-child benefit cap is a key measure, and I would encourage our government to get on with this, and that's why I'm supporting the amendment put down by my honourable friend, the Member of Parliament for Liverpool Riverside. And the second point I want to make is on respect for international law and the question of arms sales, where I'm one of the sponsors of the amendment from my honourable friend, the Member for Coventry South. We've heard from my honourable friend, the Member for Bradford East, that he and I went to the International Criminal Court at The Hague and delivered to the Chief Prosecutor, Karim Khan's team, evidence that we'd gathered through parliamentary meetings of Israeli war crimes. It's so important that we uphold the integrity and the independence of the International Criminal Court. It's so important that we uphold the integrity of the international rules-based order. I regret to say that I believe that the previous government flouted international law, and I look forward to our Labour government doing something very different. And that's why I backed the amendment to end arms sales to Israel, because we've talked about the legal case, and of course there's a legal case, but the moral case is the thing that burns in the hearts of so many people in our country and around the world when they see those horrific scenes of slaughter in Gaza of men, women and children. And we've debated it so many times in this chamber, we almost get used to debating it. People out there want our government, and I hope that our government will do it, to take a clear moral stand by, yes, calling for immediate ceasefire, yes, upholding international law, but putting pressure on Netanyahu by stopping arms sales to Israel. We don't want to see arms licensed in this country going to maim and kill men, women and children in Gaza. It's completely unconscionable and it must stop, in my opinion. And so I want to end now by thanking my local constituents for re-electing me with an increased majority. I'll work night and day for you to secure the best deal on this new government that you can get, because you deserve change after nearly 15 years of Conservative misrule. You deserve an increase in your living standards. You deserve an end to child poverty. You deserve an NHS that we can be proud of once again, because under the last Labour government, Satisfaction levels with our NHS were at record highs. And it never escapes me that whilst it was a Welsh trade unionist, socialist, and Aaron Bevan, who was briefly expelled from Labour Party and came back in, who created our National Health Service, the Conservatives voted against the creation of a National Health Service over 20 times. That's one of the reasons that they couldn't be trusted with the NHS. Well, history is important, and if the Conservatives had learnt from history, there wouldn't be a handful of them over there on the other side after getting the worst election result in their history. An election result, I'm delighted to say, they thoroughly deserved. So let's get on with making that change under a Labour government, and let's see the change that people really need, however much the party opposite resents it and tries to stop it. Thank you very much.
Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I join many others in congratulating speeches. They're so much better than my own, but we're short of time. And I want to move back to the topic of this debate, which is defence and foreign affairs. And whilst I congratulate the incoming government on their success, and we do wish them well in the spirit of national service, there are serious concerns already arising from the gracious speech and the disconnect between the words of the government, particularly in relation to defence and foreign affairs, and their actions already. Let's look first at the defence budget. We're told by the government that the world is more dangerous than it has been in living memory. We're told that there's a cast iron support for increasing the defence budget to 2.5% of GDP. But where are the actions? Because if you're looking at stability, the stability in terms of the increase in defence budget is to increase it to 2.5%. Yeah. That was the decision already communicated by the Conservative government. That means £75 billion of increased defence spending between now and 2031. So where is the stability, Mr Deputy Speaker, in a more dangerous world of effectively reducing defence spending between now and 2030, particularly in an environment where defence procurement needs long-term reliability from which to plan? So there seems to be the disconnect there. And the second area is about veterans, because we're told by the Labour government that they are focused on the defence family, that the defence process should be around the people, and quite right too. But what about the Veterans Minister? Under the last government, the Veterans Minister was a cabinet member. He had ability to look right across government. And what was the debate down in Plymouth Moor View a few weeks ago between the two gallant candidates? What was it? Did Labour stand on the programme of we're going to reduce the importance of the Veterans Minister, we're going to make him a junior minister and be subsumed within the Ministry of Defence? I doubt that was the message which the residents of Plymouth voted on, but that is what this government is planning to do. So I ask the government to think again about this. And then finally, let's look at the Overseas Development Aid budget. Back in the dark days of 2021, when our economy was struggling from the fallout from COVID, this massive global pandemic, this government on our side took the very difficult decision to reduce ODA from 0.7% of GNI, gross national income, to 0.5%, with an ambition to reverse that as the economic conditions allowed. Now, at the time, Labour were furious. They were outraged by this. And they said, even in the economic situation that was extant in 2021, that it was the wrong decision. The Shadow Minister for International Development said, and I quote, "Britain and the world deserve better than a foreign secretary who has allowed the aid budget to be slashed, leaving our global reputation lying in tatters." And the now Secretary of State for Northern Ireland said this. He said, "To choose to break this promise of 0.7% to the world's poorest people is unforgivable." But what is it that Labour is doing now? Because the economy has improved significantly since those dark days, and yet their actions are to keep it at 0.5%. Labour's words, they tell us that we need to increase trust in politicians, and this trust must be restored. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, the way you do that is to act in government in the way that you say you're going to act in opposition, and I intend to hold this new government to account.
Dem spokesman Jamie Stone.
Thank you very much, Sir Edward. I've sat here for all of this debate, and it has been an absolute pleasure. What a galaxy of maiden speeches we've heard all around. And that, of course, is democracy. And I think everyone can take great encouragement from what they're seeing today. The only problem is, Sir Edward, is I don't know who all these new faces are. So can I issue a sort of blanket apology in advance to all the people opposite me? If I come up to you and say, I'm so pleased you're a new Lib Dem, I don't mean like it. And if I say to the benches behind me, well done on getting elected on a Labour ticket, I'm terribly sorry about that. You can take comfort, Sir Edward, in the fact that I visited an old folks' home recently and a lovely old lady thought I was Jeremy Thorpe. Right party.
Make a documentary about it.
Sir Edward, I'm on my feet today because my party's defence spokesman is ill with COVID, and I'm sure we all wish him a speedy recovery. But I'm also on my feet today because I did 5 years as my party's defence spokesman. And this leads me into my main theme, and I'll touch on it simply saying this way, that you build up relationships with the front benches to my right and in front of me. That's how we work it. And I suppose I will always remember Ben Wallace arranging for myself and the Preston Secretary of State to be helicoptered to Belvoir Castle for a meeting of the Joint Expeditionary Force foreign ministers. And I've never forgotten that, because it was actually just 2 days before Putin's tanks rolled across the border. I remember going in the car from the MOD to get on board our military helicopter, and the civil servant saying to myself and the Preston Secretary of State, what do you think will happen? And I think both of us said, Sir Edward, he'll probably invade. But you remember that. I remember also Ben Wallace saying during the dinner with the foreign secretaries, I'm doing this because governments change, and it's as well that you are prepared. You may belong to other parties, and you know as much as you can about the defence brief. So I want to go on the record as thanking Ben Wallace for his very generous attitude in terms of keeping me briefed, intelligence briefing, and I want to thank the Preston Secretary of State for his generous offer to see that my colleague, my party's defence spokesman, is similarly briefed. That is very, very good news indeed. I want to congratulate, through reasons of friendship, both the government front bench on their appointments, very good to see them in places, and indeed, I'm bound to say, the opposition front bench in their places. And the Shadow Foreign Secretary was quite correct to remind us of what's going on in Sudan. It's not just about Russia and Ukraine. It's not just about the Middle East. There are all sorts of terrible things happening in the world. And I thought, too, that I liked the Secretary of State's quote, and I quote him when he said that Britain is democracy's most reliable ally. And we want to remember that on a day like today, when perhaps all these new faces exemplify democracy in its good, healthy, working form. I want to touch on 2 points. I don't have much time. One of which I think both front benches know I care passionately about. I served for a short spell of time as a private soldier in the Territorial Army. One of my children served in the forces until very recently, and the size of our forces does matter an enormous amount to my party, and I think all of us understand that we are very, very far stretched at the moment. And that hence my intervention earlier in the debate about the present size of the British Army being not exactly helpful to recruitment. One other thing I think is desperately important, leads forward from when we met with the Joint Expeditionary Force foreign ministers, is that we must, and all members have said this, we must work across borders. We must work with the European community. We must work with friends, because only by cooperation, by standing together, can we take on the Russian bear and see it off. Because, as has been quite correctly said, if Ukraine falls, then what is next? And finally this, Sir Edward, I shall help you by giving you a little extra time. In my years in this place, in the defence debates, there was something which I thought was very, very important. That was the atmosphere of consensus across party boundaries. And I know from my own family, that was very encouraging to our servicewomen and servicemen to know that the politicians were speaking as one. And from what I've heard this afternoon, I have no reason to worry that this will not go on in the future. I think we can work together for the defence of our nation, the nation we love so well. Thank you, Sir Edward.
Yeah. Opposition spokesman, James Cartledge.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, although I must say I've never confused him with Jeremy Thorpe. And it is a pleasure to see you in the chair, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to respond to the gracious speech today. I thank all honourable and right honourable gentlemen and ladies who have made speeches today, but of course in particular want to pay tribute to all those who made maiden speeches. Because of the time limit, I can't go through in as much detail as I would have liked, but if I may briefly to congratulate all of those honourable members, the Honourable Lady for Ealing Southall, who spoke so passionately about diversity and who adds to it with her strong Irish heritage, the Honourable Gentleman for Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme, who is surely the first ever MP to have worked as a sewer baiter. The Honourable Gentleman for Kensington and Bayswater. My twins had their 10th birthday during the election campaign. I know how he feels. It is painful, but it gets better, don't worry. I wish him well and I wish his family well. To the Honourable Lady for Bristol Central. Actually, I refer to her point of order about energy infrastructure because, like her, we have pylons coming forward in Suffolk, and I agree with her. There are other options. What we're saying to the government is we want to see them. But grateful for a very passionate maiden speech. The Honourable Gentleman for North Antrim, I'm sure, will be a doughty champion of his constituents, it's fair to say. And the Honourable Gentleman for Tewkesbury. It's brilliant to have a former member of the Royal Air Force in Parliament, especially in this current context. GCAP is something I was passionate about as a Minister for Defence Procurement, and it shows the importance of us maintaining combat air competitiveness, and I hope you will contribute. Perhaps there's a debate on it next Wednesday, I believe. To hearing the cut and thrust of our Scottish colleagues, the Honourable Lady from Midlothian, the Honourable Gentleman for Inverclyde and Renfrewshire West, and of course, our honourable friend for Dumfries and Galloway, who certainly punched above his weight in his maiden speech. And finally, to the Honourable Lady for North Herefordshire. Arguably, we haven't heard enough about rural matters in the King's speech, but she certainly made up for that and will clearly be a passionate advocate for farming and the environment in her constituency. So, grateful to all those maiden speeches. I hope we hear much more from all those colleagues in the future. But turning to defence matters, Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I start by welcoming the new ministerial team, both Foreign Office and Defence, to their positions. And as the Shadow Foreign Secretary said, we will work with them where it is in the national interest, especially on supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes, as they did when they were in opposition. We welcome the cross-party spirit in which the Secretary of State has set out his plans for a strategic defence review. We look forward to working with Lord Robertson, someone for whom I have the greatest respect, in a constructive and collaborative manner. And may I thank him for paying tribute to the two previous Secretaries of State, both of whom I had the privilege to work with as Minister for Defence Procurement, Ben Wallace and Grant Shapps. They both can be rightly proud of the enormous contribution they made in supporting Ukraine. But they had something else in common, Grant Shapps and Ben Wallace. They were not afraid to make the unambiguous case for higher defence spending. And most importantly, they were successful. It helped that they had a Prime Minister who, as Chancellor, oversaw the largest spending review increase for defence since the Cold War and ensured that we went into the general election with a credible and fully funded plan to increase our defence budget to 2.5% of GDP by 2030. Whereas, whilst I welcome the fact the Labour government has said it is committed to 2.5%, we have nothing but uncertainty over their timetable. Indeed, Mr. Secretary, this morning I was interviewed by Kay Burley of Sky News, and she put it to me that the government's timetable is to reach 2.5% by the end of the Parliament, so 2028 or 2029. I said that was not what I understood the public position to be. But she told me she'd been informed privately by the government that that was the timetable. So I would be grateful if they would confirm, now that we're in front of Parliament, what exactly the position is, because this is a matter of great sensitivity, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And let me explain why the timetable for 2.5% really matters. When the previous Prime Minister announced we would commit to 2.5%, he stated his top priority was to replenish our munitions. And that 2.5% enabled us to commit £10 billion of extra funding over 10 years to fund munitions. And it is a fact that without a clear pathway to 2.5%, and I know this, the Ministry of Defence would have had to make substantial cuts or deferments to programmes to afford that necessary replenishment of our munitions. That is why it is so significant and why we need to know exactly what the position is. Is Kay Burley correct that the government have told Sky that they have a timetable for reaching 2.5% by 2028 or 2029? If not, if it is the case that there is no timetable for 2.5%, how is the MOD going to fund its munitions strategy? Will those orders for shells and missiles for the Army, the Navy and the Air Force actually be placed this year? If not, what will be the impact on our world-leading defence sector? And above all, what will be the impact on our war-fighting capability as a nation? Without a clear pathway to 2.5%, what will be the immediate impact on the department's finances? Will the MOD continue to invest in cutting-edge capability like directed energy weapons and hypersonics? 2.5% would also have stabilised our biggest two defence programmes in light of the inflationary funding pressures that followed Putin's invasion of Ukraine. This is all open in the public domain. The PAC was talking about this in the lead up to the general election. So in particular, I'm talking about the nuclear deterrent and GCAP, our absolutely essential sixth-generation fighter programme. Now, I am delighted that we now have consensus between the government and ourselves on both nuclear deterrent and GCAP. But can the government confirm that there will be no impact of delaying 2.5% on the funding elements of either of those two major programmes? And can the Secretary of State confirm that or the Minister responding, that his Strategic Defence Review will conclude entirely before the next spending review commences, so that the review is threat-based rather than forced onto the financial back foot by Treasury considerations? Of course, if the government's public position is of no timetable to 2.5%, they will inevitably point to the old chestnut of the public finances being worse than feared, justifying the inevitable cuts or deferments of programmes that follow. And with the greatest respect from the Secretary of State, but we did hear some of that in his opening remarks. But I'm afraid that excuse will not wash. Inflation is 2% and on target. The economy is growing at a healthy rate and ahead of our competitors. Wages are rising. Unemployment is almost half what it was in 2010 when we took power. And the deficit is forecast to fall to just over 1% of GDP by the end of the current forecast period. And they chunter. When we came to power, they talk about missions. Our mission was to save this country from bankruptcy. Because once again, the socialists had run out of other people's money. The forecast deficit in 2010 was heading well north of 10%. So we did the right thing. We had to take difficult decisions. We restored our public finances. And because of that, when the pandemic struck, when the energy support had to be put in place, we could afford that enormous support. And we're proud of that, of furlough, of saving those jobs, saving those businesses in every constituency in this country. We did it because of those difficult decisions after the mess they left us in 2010. That's what real economic... The Honourable Lady talks about my predecessor. The previous Prime Minister but one. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, our strong economic legacy cannot be used to pray in aid a cover for cuts and deferment. Well, honourable members opposite quibble when we talk about a strong economic legacy. Well, how else can you describe low unemployment, inflation at 2%, a low and falling deficit, half what it was when we took over from them? How else can you describe it? Highest growth in the G7. That's a fantastic inheritance. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, far from being an excuse for the cuts that they will have to come to, those are the features of the very improvement in economic conditions that made our pre-election commitment to 2.5% financially credible and deliverable. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, to conclude, we strongly welcome the Prime Minister's staunch support for NATO as evidenced in Washington, and we want him to succeed on his pledges to strengthen Britain's defence. That is in our national interest. But it's actions that matter and that the government will be judged by. And deferring and delaying 2.5% offers nothing but uncertainty to our armed forces at the worst possible time. So if they have a private timetable to reach 2.5%, they need to share it. If there isn't one, I urge the Secretary of State to persuade the Prime Minister and his Treasury colleagues to think again. because in this more dangerous world, higher defence spending is a matter of the utmost urgency for Britain.
Yeah. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to close such a well-informed and at times passionate debate, and I will endeavour to respond to as many points as I can get through in the time available. As my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, said at the beginning of this debate, the Foreign Secretary is extremely disappointed that he wasn't able to participate today. I know that the Foreign Secretary will want to shortly update the House on his recent international engagement. I have to say it's an enormous privilege for me to speak in this chamber today for the first time as Minister of State for Development and for Women and Equalities, as part of a new government that's proud to serve our country and that's working to reconnect Britain with the world. I want, of course, to welcome the Right Honourable Member for South Suffolk to his new place on the opposition front bench. Also, of course, the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield as well, and I'm very grateful to him personally for reaching out to me on my appointment. And I do note that both the previous incumbent in my role and, of course, also the Defence Secretary said at the very beginning of this debate that this is a time when we need to respect others' points of view. I think that's largely held. Perhaps we had a slight change of approach in the previous speech, but I think we've heard overall throughout this debate that definite determination to make sure that we focus on bringing people together when we can as part of a national mission of renewal. We've heard so many excellent maiden speeches today, really terrific introductions to the House from many new colleagues, but I think it was particularly pertinent that my new friend from Midlothian made reference, of course, to that need to recognise so often we have more in common than anything that divides us, and the need to bear that approach in mind locally, nationally and, of course, globally as well in these often dangerous times. Now, it is clear that the British people have given this new government a mandate for change. Change to deliver our progressive vision for a shared future. A vision that is rooted in cool-headed realism about the world as it is and guided by hope for what it can be. We are working to already, as I said, reconnect Britain to the world after 14 years where there has been at times disengagement and there has been at times isolationism. In so doing, we're turbocharging our mission for growth to bring investment and jobs to every part of our country. And in these often dangerous and divided times, the UK's security is our first priority, as my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, made clear. We will stand up for our interests and for our values. We will create a new relationship with the EU. We will deepen our engagement with the Global South. We will reclaim leadership on tackling the climate crisis. We will champion human rights and international law. We will work in partnership with our friends and allies to reduce global poverty and the drivers of conflict and instability. And we will empower women and girls. And in that connection, can I congratulate my new honourable friend for Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme for his heartwarming maiden speech, and particularly his reference to the women in his life, as indeed many have made reference to their partners and families who are new members in this place in their maiden speeches. Now, as the Minister for Development and for Women and Equalities, I know that delivering a truly effective and modern approach to development has never been so urgent or so important. I concur in that with the remarks made by the Honourable Member for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale. Partnership, not paternalism, is needed to deliver the change that's so desperately needed. Next week, I will go to the G20 Development Ministerial meeting in Brazil to reconnect with allies and partner with countries in the Global South. Together, we must reform the international financial system to tackle unsustainable debt, accelerate growth and unlock climate finance. Together, we must enhance our ability to prevent conflict. And together, we must restore our development reputation to deliver both for our international partners and for the British people. And it does need restoring. The Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield rightly referred to the critical role for development for the world's poorest and most vulnerable people, for our stability, for security and for global prosperity. Now, the commitment to development has always been fundamental for my party. So many powerful champions will be household names in this House: Barbara Castle, Claire Short, Gordon Brown, of course also my predecessor in opposition, Lisa Nandy, to whom I pay tribute. The Shadow Foreign Secretary was often critical in the past of some of the damage done under Conservative governments to development and its reputation for our country. He referred to the fact that previous Conservative governments had, in his words, literally removed food from the plate of starving children. He referred to the fact that previous Conservative governments had trashed our international reputation. And I appreciate his honesty in having said that at the time. But I do believe that now is a time for reflection also on the fact, as he did not mention in his remarks today, that there has been damage done by the uncontrolled growth of spending on accommodation by the previous government, which has come out of the development budget, accommodation that is classified as overseas development aid, which led to cuts within programmes for some of those neediest people in the world. That has done tremendous damage to our reputation, and something we must surely acknowledge in that spirit of openness today. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're wasting no time in seeking to restore our development reputation, increasing support for those most affected by Hurricane Beryl, making sure, in the Foreign Secretary's case, that he's visiting our closest allies. Yes, very happy to take an intervention.
I've listened very carefully to what she said, and as she knows, not least from what I said today, I have been critical of those earlier decisions. But can she tell the House today whether she has yet thought through when we might see the 0.7 return?
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Foreign Secretary for that intervention. Absolutely, it's something that, of course, on this side of the House, we take incredibly seriously. The 0.7 commitment under previous Labour governments was something that was actually building towards our reputation across the world. We have been clear that as fiscal circumstances allow, we are determined to get back to 0.7%. But we will also be clear about situations where the percentage of our GNI that goes to development has been compromised because of uncontrolled costs, such as those which have been incurred under the previous government. Surely he must acknowledge that damage and what has taken place to those programmes for some of the poorest people around the world under his party's watch. Now, as I stated, we have been seeking to restore our development reputation, increasing support, as I mentioned, for those affected by Hurricane Beryl, ensuring that we immediately took action to reconnect with our allies. The Foreign Secretary visiting Germany, Poland and Sweden in the first 48 hours of his role. The Defence Secretary, of course, visiting Ukraine also. And the Defence Secretary was crystal clear. Ukraine and its people have no firmer friend than the UK in their fight against Putin. The Ukrainians are defending our shared security and prosperity, and we stand with them now and always. And the Right Honourable Member for Wetherby and Easingwold rightly referred to their bravery in his speech, as well as that, of course, of the UK's armed forces, to whom I pay tribute. And it was a pleasure to hear from new members who have services experience, of course, the new member for Tewkesbury in his maiden speech, and also to hear from the new member for Dumfries and Galloway talking about the noble military history of his constituency. Under the new government, we are clear that the UK will be pledging £3 billion in military aid to Ukraine every year. We are speeding up delivery, including a new package of military equipment, and we will aim to play a leading role in supporting a clear, irreversible road for Ukraine to full NATO membership. That commitment from the UK to ensuring that Ukraine can proceed to NATO is unshakable. We will set out also, as was mentioned before, a clear and credible path to spending 2.5% of UK GDP on defence, as we call on others to step up. And I would gently point out to the member for Broadland and Fakenham here that there was previously no credible plan coming from the government. We are undertaking the unglamorous, no I won't, I'll make progress. We are undertaking the glamorous hard work of ensuring we have that plan in place, rather than engaging in the wishful thinking that on this issue, as on so many others, we saw from the previous Conservative government. Now, as this debate has indicated, there's deep concern in our country and globally at the death and destruction in Gaza. And the Liberal Democrat spokesperson referred in her remarks, as she has often so powerfully, both of her professional understanding of this issue, but sadly her very personal experience of it as well. Before his first fortnight in the job was up, this priority was also very clear from the application of the Foreign Secretary to visit the region. He went to Israel and to the occupied Palestinian territories to progress diplomatic engagement as we play our part in efforts towards long-term peace and security in the Middle East. It's very clear the situation in Gaza is untenable and intolerable. We need a ceasefire not tomorrow or next week, but today. We need the immediate release of all hostages, unfettered and rapid access to humanitarian aid into Gaza, and action to enable British nationals and their families still trapped there to leave. Now, my honourable friend from Middlesbrough and Thornaby East inquired about the position of the new government on UNRWA. We recognise the vital role that UNRWA plays in saving lives in Gaza and in providing basic services and promoting stability in the West Bank and in the wider region. And we're closely considering the issue of funding to UNRWA and will ensure that we keep Parliament informed of that. Now, the Foreign Secretary made the case very clearly in the region for an urgent, credible and irreversible pathway towards a two-state solution, an end to illegal Israeli settlements and rising settler violence in the West Bank, and a reformed and empowered Palestinian Authority. This government is very clear. The world needs a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. Sudan was rightly mentioned by the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield. I was determined I'd be fully briefed on that situation, as well as the situation in Gaza, on coming into my role. And on my first week in office, Mr Deputy Speaker, I announced new life-saving support for up to 150,000 refugees in Libya who are fleeing escalating violence in Darfur. We must do all we can in this area. We are accelerating work on making sure that we're rebuilding that connection with the rest of the world, with the new government. We are making real the rights that we all hold in common. I was particularly pleased to hear members referring to the rights of disabled people in this debate. For example, from my friend for Stockport referring to this, and also the new member for Bristol Central as well, talking about disabled people in her maiden speech. We're also accelerating work on tackling corruption and money laundering, rightly referred to by my new friend for Kensington and Bayswater, and also making sure the voice of working people is heard. And perhaps for a slightly unexpected angle, the new member for North Antrim, pleased to hear him referring to the importance of the trade union movement. We're making sure that we take a strong, consistent and long-term approach to China, convening a new clean power alliance, and ensuring we're clear that Britain is stronger when we work with others, a point made by so many speakers in this debate. My new friend for Ealing Southall, of course, in her powerful remarks, my honourable friend for Bradford East as well. We need together to turn towards that project for national renewal and the enormous potential that Britain can have in the world. Together, as the new member for North Hertfordshire said, we can achieve and do so much. Together, we can work towards a world that's free from poverty on a livable planet. The work towards that starts now. Thank you.
I beg to move that this debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Does many of that opinion say aye? Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 2 relating to business of the House. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. The question as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 3 relating to sittings of the House. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is on the order paper. The question is on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 4 relating to notice of questions. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The questioner, as is on the order paper, as many of that have been, say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.